Okay, here we go. Good evening. I'd like to open the Select Board meeting for December 11th, 2025. We are going to be moving into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21, on December 15th, 2025 at 5:30. We're going to be moving into room 309. We expect to come back into session by the start time of 6:30. Mr. McDonald will be joining us via Zoom. We're going into executive session. The board will discuss the following: Town Council Litigation Report Review, Mass General Law 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating process of the public body, and the chair so declares. May I?
So moved.
Motion, second. All in favor, Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum? Yes. The chair also in favor. Sean will be online in the other meeting.
Okay.
So we will see you back here at 6:30. Thank you.
Okay.
It is 6:30. We're going to call tonight's Select Board meeting to reopen the regular session. So I just want to let everyone know that the meeting is being recorded, that it is being viewed live now and will be on replay. We do have a member on our board who is here via Zoom and was on the screen. There he is. So we will be taking roll call votes. So if I could have a motion.
So moved.
So moved, seconded.
Second.
Mr. O'Neill, thank you. To begin, Mr. O'Neill? Yes. Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald? We can't hear you. I read your lips and you said yes. Now I'll say yes, so we will get started.
He's waving.
Muted.
Okay, and we'll fix that while we are going to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and please remain standing for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As you remain standing, please take a moment to thank our servicemen, both here and abroad. And also, please consider to move beyond thoughts and prayers for the senseless acts of gun violence. Thank you. All right, we are going to start our meeting with a tax classification hearing. Someone make the motion, open the hearing?
So moved.
So moved, seconded by Mr. O'Neill. Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Vote yes. Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Still can't hear you, but he's giving me a thumbs up, and I vote yes. So we will open our tax classification hearing, and I would like to call, oh, Mr. Santos is coming up, all right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So the purpose of the tax classification hearing is to set the minimum residential factor. Also, the Board of Selectmen chose a small commercial business exemption of 10%. Now, you must choose that factor at this meeting and vote on it.
Great.
He has to introduce himself.
Oh, by the way, Kevin
Sorry.
Santos, Chairman of the Board of Assessors. Thank you, David.
Thank you. All right, so we have information in our packet, and we received something, separate information
Boy.
this afternoon.
Get rid of that.
So we have three things to look at. We have the tax structure, residential and commercial, and then we have to determine the percentage for small business,
The exemption.
the exemption.
So it might be
So those three?
beneficial.
It's always the same.
If you go through and provide the options to the board and what the Board of Assessors recommendation was.
Well, basically, I mean, you have residential new growth is 228,072, commercial new growth is 58,096, industrial new growth is 52,686, and personal property is 482,622. Now, the assessed value fiscal year 2026 is $8,948,277,372. The value increased 7% from the last year's value of $8,363,589,082. Now, in the past, and if I can recall, in 2023, the board already voted for the commercial rate of max of 175% for the commercial. So I don't know what you'd expect the board, Cody, the assessors board, to make a recommendation, because it's already in play that you're at the max for commercial, unless the Board of Selectmen want to lower the commercial rate. But it's right now set at 175 for the commercial. And if that's the case, we already did the numbers. I already have the minimum residential factor for you to vote on today.
And what do you recommend on the residential? Because we're already,
Well, if the commercial's at 175, it really, commercial, I mean, if the commercial's at 175, then the residential is going to be really what's left of the balance. Do you know what I mean? So, you understand what I'm trying to say? Unless you want to move on the commercial, it's set like at 175. The tax rate is going to flow out to $8.03 residential. Okay?
well, that's what we have here.
Last year it was a little bit more.
Right.
Last year I think it was like 826, if I recall.
Six.
826, yeah.
And the CNI rate is 1576.
Right. It's on your chart, yes.
Right.
So right now, if the residential, so we're maxed out at the commercial, and the max for the residential would be the 1.74?
Well, no, it doesn't work that way.
It's
117. Yeah, it's
175.
174 across the board. That's what it is. It's 174 across the board. Okay?
This is, I think, there's a lot of important information here, and I think, one of the things, and I think Jessica, I had asked Jessica to work with the board to put together a presentation, because I think there's a lot of diverse things, and sometimes
Yeah.
graphical information can help. So I know there was some hesitancy to do that, but I think next year it may be helpful to have a presentation to go over some of this, to help not only the board, but the public understand, where we are as far as the average tax bill, for not just this year, but the trends, who our top 10 taxpayers are, average tax bill compared to other communities. I think it's good information, and in just speaking through it, it's hard to
Well, it
conceptualize.
shows it on what you have in front of you.
There's certainly some of that information.
Where
on
does
that.
it show?
Let me see. What page?
Well, the notes.
They give some,
I
they
mean,
give some
those are really,
examples.
that's really good information, and I really don't feel like waiting a year. And I don't think the people at home want to wait a year, and especially the information that we're getting from members of FinCom and residents who want more services and would like us to make, some budget impacts and want to know where we can get more money from.
The thing is, you can't really, because of Proposition 2.5, maybe, I think, and we've had this happen in our office, where we have people call us up and they want to, they want more money for, whatever programs or, and we try to explain to them that in the state of Massachusetts, in 1981, you have Proposition 2.5 that was passed by Barbara Anderson, by Common Cause. So you really can only go up 2.5% of the prior tax year levy. So the prior tax year levy was $78,483,530. So if you take 2.5% of that, it comes out to $1,962,070. That's the max. And of course, we include new growth in it. So if you take that with the new growth, you have approximately $2.4,008,519. That's the most we can raise for the taxpayers. If you need any additional money, you need a debt exclusion, or you have to go through that mechanism. I mean, we can't. I mean, it works for a lot of people, I guess, and some people it doesn't work for. Whereas the other states, they don't have Proposition 2.5, so they're not capped off. They can go and raise as much money as they want. We're set by the guidelines.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
It appears that we don't have a lot of leverage here as to what we need to do. We're maxed out on the commercial.
Right.
I don't think we want to change that. I would recommend that we vote on this number, but also within sometime next month, we do have a informational hearing to let people know where we stand. As Cody mentioned, the highest taxpayers in town, et cetera, because we need to set the table for some longer range planning, and we having that information to go forward. Right now, we don't have a lot of leverage, so there's no,
Well,
it is what it is for now.
Well, can you send this down, anyone on the board, if you have questions, you need some information, can you just send this to us, what you want, so we can do the research and we can get the answers to you?
Yeah, I
anything.
sent an
Plus,
example of a presentation.
Well, the presentation you sent was, you need to be more specific, Cody. Because, for example, what I was told was that we do have a low tax rate in the state here, in the state, we do. What I did was, I went out and I ended up getting every single community and the tax rate of every community that I have here for the board. So at least you can bring it home and you can just look at it to review, so you can kind of see where the numbers are. We are low here, but you have to understand, even at $8, the fire tax has to be, that's not included. So we're really at $9. So if I can just drop this off with everyone.
Well, I also did some, yes,
Yeah, okay.
I'd love to see it, but I also did some research myself, looking at the Department of Revenue, and looked at communities with similar median house prices, and we're ranked at 314 out of 351 communities for our residential tax rate. The median house price in Dartmouth, to look at other communities with a similar median house residential rate, they are all charging between $932 and $1,306. This is only 6 communities, with the median house price is the same. So there, we've got someone that's ranked at 156, and the highest would be Fairhaven ranked at 297. And we just need to figure out a way to move that needle. And I understand what,
Well, can you move when you say move the needle, it is max that we can raise.
Go back to the microphone.
yeah,
But in the meantime, when you say move it, you want to like maybe shift it.
Go back to the, yeah.
You want to maybe shift it to, you want to shift it around on properties, Chairperson?
no. I'm looking at are we getting all, I don't want to leave any money on the table, so are we getting money from every possible tax source is one. And then if we are, how do we move the needle into getting more money for a municipality who every department seems to need more?
Right.
For our benefit package to be more enticing to maintain or inspire candidates to want to work in Dartmouth. That's going to take money. And so I can't think that this is the best we can do, because our residents are saying they want better. So I looked also at, the other sums that we get, what we're getting in meals tax, what we're getting in rooms tax. And then other communities also get a community impact fee for short-term rentals, which it reported that Dartmouth didn't have that.
We looked at that. The challenge with that in particular is the community impact. The state legislation lists that be only for owner-occupied residents, 2 and 3 family owner-occupied residents. It's that 3%. So we already capture the 6% room tax on the Airbnbs, VRBOs. The community impact is that additional 3% option, but it's very restrictive to owner-occupied 2 and 3 families, which the town is not. You're correct, has not adopted that. But as we
There's
look
not
at
many.
it, right. So
Do we have a breakout on the Airbnb kind of revenue?
we've asked that from the Department of Revenue. We do not have that. It just comes in as one figure of room tax.
Thank you.
So in our room
How
tax,
do other towns do that?
Airbnbs and VBROs are included. And that would be self-reporting?
Well,
You'd
it's
have to
all-
say, I have an Airbnb?
The companies like Airbnb and VR, they automatically collect it, and it goes to the Department of Revenue.
Okay.
So not necessarily a self-reporting, it's a requirement. So if you ever rent an Airbnb, for instance, and it has, taxes and fees, that part of that is here in Dartmouth, that 6% room tax.
What about the private sector that's out there? They're renting rooms or houses for a summer or by the month. We're losing out on that income.
They self-report to the Department of Revenue, you know, and pay during their tax filings.
So what I oh, sorry.
Oh, I was, sorry, looking to the heavens. Where's the voice coming from?
Getting back to your report, right?
Pardon?
Getting back to your report. A couple of things that stick out for me that maybe you can clarify or maybe bring forward to Cody in the presentation, the next presentation. But the new growth figures, those numbers we can affect somewhat in the town. We have, no control over the 2.5, Proposition 2.5 increase, but we have the opportunity to look at new growth, residential, commercial, industrial, and then the personal property. I note that the tax dollars on the personal property, just growth was $482,000. It's a big number. Any idea is in comparison to other years?
Well, basically, it's running about, I have that in front of me, because I was looking at this, because we're constrained by 2.5, where it moves the needle up is new growth, because new growth is added to the basis for the next year, so that really helps out. So I know that maybe the last 6 months, one of my colleagues is also really focused, and I was a little upset the other day at a meeting because the personal property and also to do with the commercial, how we base commercial is not by fair market value of a piece of property. It's really based on, their profit and loss. It's based on that. So they submit the figures to us. And there's some companies out there, commercial owners, that I found out that did not in the past submit any profit and loss statements. So the only thing we can do is probably charge them, $200 per the DOR, isn't it? 500 maybe, and that's it. You know what I said? The first thing is, why don't we just double their taxes? Then they'll submit it to us.
I disagree. I disagree on that for one
Yeah.
reason. Is I used to get those,
Yeah.
and if you flip that self-reporting form over, I believe there is a statement of perjury on the back of that form. So, the penalties, the fee assessment I get, I completely agree with you. I think we set that, and we might have some constraints from the DOR, right? So they tell us what the parameter could be. But I'm concerned about that because, you're basically allowing that commercial side, which we've got to, it's a concerning number, 58,000 in additional commercial growth for a year in the town of Dartmouth is not, in my opinion, sufficient, right? So there may be some underreporting going on. And whatever we can do to assist the, assessing department to try and figure out exactly whether that data is coming back and it's accurate, it's timely, and if it's not, where's the stick? Okay.
Well, what's happened is there's some properties, they don't even submit the form, so they're
It's
not
unacceptable.
themselves.
It's unacceptable.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
unacceptable,
we can't
that's right.
be,
So, we discussed this, and basically, even if we charge them $500, if they're saving $10,000, they're not going to submit it no matter one way or the other. So, but what I would like to ask the board is if we need additional staff to help us, because and I know my colleague, Mr. Nunes, really wants to focus on making sure that everyone in this town pays their fair share. And especially commercial. Commercials are pretty, if you notice, a pretty large number in this town
Right, so-
for revenue.
So getting back to that, right? So we look at the self-reporting form, make sure that we're getting all of them back, and if we're not, we find out what that stick's going to be, and we need to follow it up. If we don't follow it up, then forget it.
Right.
That gets out. Second thing, Kevin, is the reevaluations and the smaller revals that we do, and then I think the full is what, every 10 years, 5 years? Every 5 years. Where are we in that cycle now? How much longer? Is that next year, year after? Ours is next year, okay. So, the data that we use, I'm looking at one other piece of information. The town of Dartmouth added 22 single-family homes at an average price representing over $1 million per home. All right. So the residential growth last year was $228,000. Not a bad chunk of change, right? But there are a lot of older homes, I'm not sure where those values are. I'm not sure how you guys can even keep up on the revals. And whether we need to get to a third party, whether we have enough staff, whether we need to hire staff in order to get us back closer to what the actual number should be. Because we have to be significantly lower on some of them anyway, right? So how do we get that number fair for everybody? Because what I hate to see is somebody, as a valuation of 300 when their neighbor is at 550 because they put on a small addition and they had the revaluation done. That's unfair, in my opinion. If we all paid what we should be paying, then I think these numbers through the evaluations could be significant, and it could solve a lot of all of our problems, right? Staffing, schools, everything else. So the revaluation is something that we should probably talk about to see how we maximize the effect for the next full reval, okay?
Well, we just went through one, what, 2 years, was it 2 years ago? Recently.
No, we're at year 5, FY '27.
Right, but we just went through, we just had visions. Okay, all right? And basically what we're doing is,
Could
we
you
have,
stand near the mic, Jessica?
okay.
Sorry. So the home audience will know who's speaking, where the magic voice is coming
they
from.
did a partial.
Yes, they did measure and listing.
Yeah. So basically what happened is, we just had, as one board member, and I feel that my other board member feels the same way. I want to do it in-house. Because what we did recently is, we went out to Visions, and unbeknown to me, there was a contract signed, and the Board of Assessors didn't sign it. And prior to that, I was at an annual town meeting stating to everyone that everyone is going to get their property completely measured efficiently, properly, all, 12,000 parcels. I said that thinking it was going to happen. Then I found out that we had a contract signed with Visions for only 9,000 properties, and they charge us roughly, what was it, 400,000? 300 and something, almost $400,000. And it wasn't done. We started just finding everything wrong. It was not a good situation at all. And I mean, I didn't bring this up to the public yet, but since I'm here, I may as well discuss it. We had residents calling us up, talking about how many ATMs they had at their house.
How many what?
1,100 ATMs they had at their house, according to Visions. How many millions of dollars was it?
30 million.
30 million they were assessed at. We had all these, someone had, I don't know how many hot tubs.
ATMs, like
Yeah,
those machines?
at the bank. So Visions, and they were supposed to, I wanted them to go out to every single location. They didn't, they sent cards, they did phone calls. It was atrocious. It was the most debacle I've ever seen. And to the point where I said, they wanted another check from us, and I said, don't pay them, hold back on the check. I didn't want to pay them the difference. And apparently, the town settled with them. But we spent money for information that was not incorrect at all. But we didn't sign it. I've been on the board, I got on board in 1988. I know how to go out there and assess. My colleagues, Bob Michel does. We did it when I first started. When I got thick into this and spent my time, and you can ask Jessica, I just was not a happy person because, like I said, I promised everyone at town hall. So we discussed it and said, for that kind of money, for less, we can do this in-house. We'll get the right people to do it in-house and do it right and make sure that everyone is valued properly. And we have it all documented, by the way. We can send it up to you so you can see. But
More importantly, Kevin,
Yeah, so going
was
forward-
legal sent the package?
Pardon?
Was legal sent that information? I mean, do we get,
So I can speak to
the
that.
town administrator signed it.
So I can speak to both aspects of it. The administrator of assessing at the time was Mr. Gonzalez, reviewed the contract in conjunction with legal. There were concerns as far as breach of contract, and interim town administrator Gary Carrero worked with legal counsel to get this resolved. We only paid about 50% of the contract price. So given that they essentially breached contract.
Well, Cody, the Board of Assessors didn't know. We're the ones who have the authority to sign, the Board of Assessors. We're elected officials, we're the ones, okay? Not the administrator.
All right.
So,
couple
and
more-
going forward though, that's why, I mean, I think it's better to have it in-house, to do it in-house, because then we can take full responsibility. And we can watch and see what's going on.
Yeah, honestly, I don't care who does it. I don't care if you do it inside, if we have to pay some extra, if it makes sense, if there's a comparison done to third parties that do this as a matter of business and us doing it inside. I just want to make sure we're having the most effective job done and for the least amount of money. Another couple of quick ones for you. The comparisons that we do to other towns, I think you may have brought this up.
Yes.
We've got fire fees that are separate.
Yes.
We've got garbage hauling fees that are separate. We've got things like beach stickers that are separate. I'd like to know, and make sure anyway, that when we do a comparison to any other community, we're not just looking at the base tax rate. We're looking at all the fees if they include all those fees. Because, you can have a pretty significant difference there.
We're just going to need some extra staff, but we'll let you know what we need.
You said, Mr. O'Neill, I missed your beach stickers, fire fee, and what was, trash?
Trash.
Hauling fee.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything else
Yep.
that some towns include, and we're just not, we separate them. So it looks, when you look at the tax rate, it looks really super attractive, and then, it's still attractive
these
even with
on.
those fees
Yeah.
compared to other towns, obviously, but, I like to see apples to apples.
We have a good deal of.
So Jessica, on the full reevaluation, how long does that normally take a department? If you were fully staffed, how long would it take you?
So I've never done one before, so this would be my first year. From what I've been told, you're probably looking at from January till August.
Okay. All right, so if that's the case, if we're going to be involved in training and things like that, and third parties, we're going to have to do a pretty good comparison between a contractor and doing it inside, because we've got checks to cut this budget for sure. So 821,000 new growth, we can control that. We can control how effective our reevaluations are, which we really have to spend some time and energy on. When we compare to other communities, we need to make sure we're apples to apples, so nobody's getting lost in the shuffle. Last thing, 61A, those parcels. I've talked to Kurt about this. He had some ideas on making sure, I just had one pass by us in the packet, which I thought was kind of comical, but 61A, I'd like to know, how many we have, how long they've been in place, all the data on them, if you could, because when we get applications for forestry and they're left as forestry for 15 years, and then flipped for 300 or 400 units, then I think we need to look at those,
Right, exactly.
because those are tracts of land that are pretty expansive, and the difference in what we're receiving can be pretty big. So that's it.
Question?
Mr. Tattelbaum.
I recognize that the Board of Assessors is made up of elected officials. But so is the school committee. And we have what I would characterize as an outstanding relationship with the school committee. And we need to do the same with the Board of Assessors. If we're not getting a full commercial, there's money out there we're not getting. One quick way to find out is a town that's similar in size to us, or similar valuation, and what is their number compared to ours? And maybe it's the same. Maybe there's no money, maybe there's a ton. If there's a ton, I'd like to find somebody, a third-party consultant, go out and find it, and we'll give you a fee for it.
I totally agree with you. I think we should have.
But I'm not done. Excuse me. So if we're not going to have we have a lot of projects ahead of us over the next 5 and 10 and 20 years. If we keep talking about our low rate, I've heard more than once the state says to us, we'd like to get more money, this, that. Well, take a look at your tax rate before they give us anything because it's too low. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It is low. It's extremely low, and so is our school spending. It's funny how that works together. We need to look at this as a total way. Elected official or not, we have to work as a team to find ways. First of all, where do we stand with our taxes, our rate, our fees? Is there more money out there? I don't know the answer. and come back to us and say, what are we going to do about it? And then we look at the rate. We do this once a year as to where we're equipped with enough knowledge to say, okay, what's the next step? And maybe that's doing something more drastic to our tax rate, but we're not ready to do that yet either. But if we don't have this teamwork over the next 6 months, and we have to face these short and long-term issues, we're going to be in worse shape than we are. And frankly, last but not least, if I was a resident out there and I hear about all the issues about capacity, about water, about sewer, about our tax rate, and we see all these buildings and projects being looked at around town, I would say, what's going on? And the message is not good. So that we have to get some kind of sense of a bird's eye view of what we're going to do about it. And that includes working with the Board of Assessors as a team to find out what we can, instead of getting together once a year to see how we're doing it, and set a rate that we really have no flexibility with anyway. You said it yourself. Thank you.
You know, I totally agree with you, that we've never had, it seems like we've never had anyone from upstairs come down and meet with us. We have board meetings like sometimes once a week.
We're looking forward, not backwards.
Yeah. Oh, another thing, when you have all the building that's going around in the town, because I see it, I see a lot of development. So that's commercial. So what happens is they get assessed properly, but because they're commercial, what it does is it lowers the residential tax rate, believe it or not. That's what happens. So, and only 22 houses were built last year here. I think it was only 22, right around there, 20 if I can recall. I have it somewhere.
I think that's what
But
I
yeah,
saw.
I think it was like 22 houses.
And Kevin,
But when
there
I
are
see-
some people in this town that don't want to build another house.
Yeah.
So you're up against that side of it too. So,
But when I see, what I see of buildings going up, for example, are the residential buildings that are put up. Are they taxed at residential or commercial? Those look
Residential,
like,
yeah.
to me, commercial buildings.
Well, if it's commercial, it gets taxed as commercial. We go out there and we check them. Rich goes out there, and plus they have to put in for a building
Well, you're
permit.
saying like I'm talking about Dartmouth Street, Amelia,
Oh, yeah.
Delano.
We're on that.
They're
Trust
taxed
me.
at commercial.
Oh, and as a matter of fact, as soon as we can start taxing them, whether there's a certain completion, we start taxing them. Oh, yeah, we're on it. Because we too want to get the money in, the funds in. And we don't want anyone, to slip by us. As a matter of fact, the tax appellate board, I think, we always have them all that comes, they do that, we go there, but we have so much documentation, they usually don't end up fighting us. So we're getting what we can, but it's almost like because we're good at the commercial end, it really lowers that residential. But let's work together, Dave, and see what else we can do, and moving forward, I think the valuation is going to help. It's going to really level it off for quite a few people too.
yeah.
And
Can you send us a copy of the self-evaluation, Jessica? You send it up so I can take a look at it? Thanks.
Also, we have Mr. McDonald is on screen, and I think he has something to say.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. A couple things I have. Number one, is there a way that the assessing of the commercial can be changed from the profit and loss statement to the actual valuation of the property? And two, looking at the ranges of 1.5 to 1.74, I mean, if we keep the business classification at 1.75, it looks like a $242 or $243 increase in taxes for the median value. If we lower it to the 1.5, it's only a $238 value. And the big change here, okay, is the difference in the commercial, because at the commercial valuation, if you do it to 1.5, their taxes are actually getting lowered by $406. Keeping it at the 1.75, it gets lowered to $531. So that to me is completely insane to do. And everybody knows it's going up. And I would be, based on this information, I would be dead set against a 1.75 on the commercial end. And I would go back to the 1.5.
I think at one of our meetings prior to the 175, the assessors, we did mention that you could run into this, where we always felt it shouldn't go more than 1.15.
So I'm looking at, in our packet, which was submitted from your office, so we have the 1.5, 1.55, 1.6, 1.65, that grid. Okay. So can you walk me through, so we have 1.5 and we have a difference. So the C&I, which is commercial and industrial, can you explain why it goes down?
That's when it's put in the system, that's how it flows out.
Right.
It's all computerized, it's all put in, when we put this in the system, that's how it flows out. That's what happens, because,
1.75
So-
is,
this one.
Why am I,
The problem here is it looks like the same amount is not being carried over for FY '25. Right, so we should be looking at just 26, and then it should be a change for 26, right? And then you take the difference depending on what the shift is. But it appears the shift is also changing for 25, so you don't have a constant.
that should have been,
It should be a constant
set.
of what was set. Yeah, that's, sure, yeah. Yes, so 25 should be a constant because that was already set.
yeah, so
And
it's got the,
your
yeah.
change should be dependent upon 26, but it appears as though in this sheet, 25 changes and 26 changes for each. So the difference isn't based on the actual 25.
Are you looking at this paper?
Yeah,
No.
so 25.
So going down for taxes of FY '25, the numbers that we have for residential rate and C&I rate,
Are changing.
those should be, whichever one is correct. So say the 1.5 number is correct, then 4145 should be the number we see across, vertically in that residential placement. Whichever number was correct for FY '35, for FY '25.
Okay, so 1.25 is right here.
Did you have last year's as a comparator?
no,
No.
I wish I
No.
did.
Because it changes
No, it
with
changes, yeah.
the shift on the side.
changes with the shift on the
1.50
side.
to 1.55.
Well, I understand that, but it doesn't change what I was assessed in FY '25. What I was assessed in FY '25 remains the same. I want to know, depending on the 1.5 to the 1.74, how much more or less I'm going to pay.
So it's there under where the difference is?
But your 25 changes, right? So I think
Yeah.
the concern is taxes 25 done with, right? We know what you paid. So if I had a median value of 524,400, right? My tax bill was X. And that shouldn't change depending on what the shift is for 26. So the difference isn't accurate because it's not a constant. Right? We already know what the average bill for 25 was.
Okay.
And that should remain constant as you go through the shift for 26. So the board can see, okay, if we were to go with a 1.5, the difference from the actual of 25 to the projected for 26 based on whatever that shift is X. But if you look at the 25, it changes. 25 should be a constant, but it appears that changes all along. So
Right.
the difference changes. And it's not based on what was actually issued in '25.
Because it
Does
can-
that make sense? It's kind of confusing, but
Yeah,
I
I'm trying to
think
figure out what- 'cause
it
that's
should
it.
be whatever was actually assessed in '25.
Right.
And then the scenarios for '26 to get that difference.
Gary?
That's how it's.
Yeah, it just comes
Oh.
out this way.
Right.
It flows this way.
Gary, you have that?
I think Gary's coming in with,
Yeah,
coming in from the
yeah, that's the, that's how it flows
bullpen.
out.
What a bull going on here.
But how does how do we assess what the difference would be on the average assessed value?
Right, so what we're trying to figure out is how do we communicate to the residents what their bill would look like?
So if you were to change the shift, right, if you change the shift. So if you
Yeah.
remain consistent with the shift, if you kept it at 175, that's fine, because that's the number that was used last
What we
year.
use, but
But if you were to, as Mr. McDonald suggested, change to a different level, what's that comparison to say, this is what the actual difference is in the average tax bill? I don't think we have that, and maybe I'm misinterpreting this, I don't think we have that
So,
data in front of us.
Because I would want to know as a
Kevin.
taxpayer,
So Kevin, you recommend a 1.74, correct?
Well, yeah, because you've had it since 2023.
Right.
Yeah.
And so dollar-wise, if we change it to 1.50, what is it going to cost
Let me see.
the residents?
Is that what you have? So if they change it, yeah, that's what they asked you. So if they change it to 1.5, we have to calculate that now. If they went to 1.5, wouldn't it be? So we gotta figure this, we don't have it. Oh, here it is. This is 26. What do you have? Yeah,
I think.
it's 26. So this is, so if we go at 150.
We were at
right,
150 a few years ago.
I think we were at 150 last FY '25.
25.
Right,
And
We'll put this in.
and we were here,
Oh, yeah.
now
So
175.
Right, so it should be this, it should be here, right?
the commercial.
Correct.
So it's not 26, if it's not 438.
Commercial is
What is the difference
175.
between the 50?
Last year's median. These amounts are off last year's median.
Right,
Off of that shift.
so what would be the difference? You have to go in and put that number in here and it'll flow out. And then we'll be able to see the exact, right? Yeah. In other words, if this changes, we put this and then we'll be able to find out what the difference is,
What they're trying to say is,
right? Okay, wait.
but we, right, I want people to know, if we go this way, how much
Yeah, this is an
more, how
example,
much
right,
less should
so
we
the-
pay?
Difference between FY '25. This isn't the,
That's the difference.
right, that's the difference.
All right, so if that's the difference here, this is,
We were
Right.
at 150, 1.5. Years ago, yeah. Yes. Right, and then we,
Changed to 175.
correct. Now, the 150 seems to be a better deal.
that's what we use.
Well, I don't know if it is, though, because your residential rate actually increases.
It does, a little.
But-
Yep.
We want to make as much money as possible.
We don't know the taxes for 2026, so we have to use this.
Right.
We don't
Lowest
know it for
residential rate is
26
actually
yet.
175.
What?
Values aren't going to change, no matter what.
No, the numbers are the numbers.
We don't know.
Lowest
what
residential
26
rate is 175,
So
which
this
is
gives us a
802.
good example, like, for example, that if you put 150.
Median value doesn't
This is what it'd
change.
be, 238,
The
and
new-
here's 242.
right.
It's
It
so
changed.
minor, it's only
FY
$40.
Madam Chair.
'25 shouldn't change.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. McDonald.
bouncing back and forth between this year's classification hearing, last year's classification hearing, I was only able to, it's very difficult to, unless I had it in front of me, both. But the number for 2025 in last year's classification hearing is the same number being used in this year's, I'm sorry, for 2024, is the same number being used by the assessors for this year's class hearing.
2025.
The thing that has changed is the median value of the home. The median value of the home is 524, and last year it was, sorry, I have to bounce between pages here. Last year, it was $479,800.
Yes.
So the median value of the homes in town increased by almost $50,000,
Almost $50,000.
$45,000.
And commercial was
So that's why
These are the
there's a
same
difference. And I'm only looking at the 1.5 line. Whereas the C&I rate, the median value last year was 563, and this year, and that you have in front of you, so.
This year's 575.
Right. So, I mean, this is what is absolutely mind-boggling to me, is how the residential value, the median value, increased by $45,000, gets a tax increase based upon, even if we go with the 1.5, gets a tax increase of, 230 some odd dollars.
38.
And the commercial has an increase also, but yet their tax burden goes down $350,000. That to me is absolutely mind-boggling.
Well, actually, it's $406.
And you certainly make a good point, both you and Mr. O'Neill, catching that if we are allowing the commercial businesses to dictate through the profit and loss versus what their assessed value is as far as collecting taxes, there's money on the table.
So part of my first question to Mr. Santos is there another way to revalue the commercial and industrial in town other than profit and loss? Or is what's required by the state DOR?
That's what, per the DOR.
Kevin.
Up to the
sorry.
microphone. Don't look at him.
I'm sorry.
Look at his
Sorry
chair.
about that, Sean.
I see you anyway, Kevin.
Yes, yes, that's the system that they use. That's the system we use, and that's what they use. That's how we get the true value of the property.
But it isn't
Because-
true value.
Pardon?
But it isn't true value. As
Loss?
Well, it is, because it's based on income and, it's on the income basis, okay? That's what it is. And if they go to the tax appellate court, that's what they use. The court uses the income. It's all about the income approach. It's not value. I mean, we can go out there and say that a building is worth, $10 million, and it can work against us because they could be bringing in such great rents that, per the income value, is worth way more. So that's why most municipalities, they all use it as the income value,
I'll just add one thing to that.
All right.
I'll just add
Gary?
one thing to that. It is a combination of both. To answer Mr. O'Neill's question, it does take the fair market value in, but it also takes in any vacancies in those buildings, any profit and loss in those buildings. So that's how they assess the value of the property. It's both in Massachusetts.
And the personal property is a gas,
Yeah. I mean, that's,
and usually undervalued,
right,
right? And everybody leases all their equipment because it's not included in the number.
yeah. And if you notice the amount for personal property, I mean, it's pretty high. It's not,
Well, that's what I was asking. I don't understand why there's so much new growth in that one line.
It's mainly also all utilities. Eversource, laying grain pipe, utilities on the lines, any kind of infrastructure that's done to that. That's what the assessors have captured most of, is public utilities and the increase.
That would be an
For
interesting
personal
breakout.
property?
yeah, the utilities, as a matter of fact, it's,
Yeah, we should break that out.
that can go away.
we should next time, or even now, we'll send it to you, what it is, out of that 626, we'll send over to you.
Yeah.
Because now you're
Send it.
getting into short-term,
Yeah,
long-term.
Because when,
As they improve infrastructure,
Right.
and no need to improve infrastructure, if the lifespan of that infrastructure is 10 years,
Right.
that piece of the growth will be
The depreciation will go over 10.
correct.
It goes away.
so what do you think the portion is on that? It's pretty high, I remember looking at it. But we'll send that to you, because it's really, it's mostly
Yeah.
all utilities. It's
Kevin,
like-
when do you need this approval? We need it tonight.
This needs to happen tonight. So I would just ask the board, not necessarily look at that difference column, because that's a little misleading, right? The 1.75 would allow for the lowest residential rate,
Right.
put more of the burden on commercial industrial.
That's what it does.
That 1.5 splits that burden, so there's a little more on the residential and a little bit less on the commercial and industrial.
Exactly.
Yeah, that difference column is a little misleading, like Mr. McDonald. So, but if you look at the taxes for '26, that's where you get the best idea, right? So if you go with the 1.74 on this sheet, based on the 524,400 average value, residential tax bill would be $4,210.93. If you went with the 1.5, that average bill would be $4,383.98. So the higher the shift, right, the more, the less burden on residential
But
and
the
more on
resi-
commercial.
the
and
commercial, you get more on the 174.
And we get more out of the commercial
Right,
property.
Right. So you still recommend the 1.74, correct?
Yeah, if you want to have, ease the burden on residential,
Yep.
sure. And, commercial, some of these, if you notice where our commercial is, the mall, it's the LI Limited Industrial, I mean, it's not residents.
Right,
I don't think that any residents are really involved in owning any of that property, to be honest.
right.
So,
May I ask a
Okay.
question, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Haddad.
Is the classification hearing sheet provided list 1.74 and not 1.75? Is there a reason for
well,
that?
what happens is, it comes out at 174. So when you put it into the system, because we didn't reach that ceiling of the commercial, it kicks it at 174.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about the small business exemption, Kevin? What are the numbers there? When does it kick in?
The small business, the 10%, when did we, I'm trying to think when that was voted on. That was voted on.
No,
about-
not at the time when it was voted in originally. When is it available to a business?
When are you determined to be a small business
I think it's
versus?
10,
It's-
under 10 employees,
Yeah, under 10 employees. And is it a million?
a
Yeah.
million.
Yeah.
The value of
For the value.
Valuation in a million,
Yes, we have 77
Yeah.
small commercial.
77.
It's, yeah.
Oh, that's a good.
That is, I mean, considering a lot of it is, different areas like maybe, the shops down in the village, or Smith Mills area, or even spot areas,
Sure, right.
or the Bush Corner area. So it helps out a lot with residents, because usually the residents own all those businesses. So it
Harry,
works
did
pretty
you
well
have
for them.
something?
They appreciate it.
Pardon?
So I think to Mr. McDonald's point, the board has always heeded to the side of a 175 and shift, when we say shift the burden to the commercials, that's what, as far as I know, as far as I've been involved, that's what the board has done. But I think to maybe Mr. McDonald's point, some level of balance now is to maybe even that out to the residential and businesses in town. I think that, this is a very difficult task for the board to undergo, having to know that there's only so many dollars that can be raised with this process. But I think, like Mr. Tattlebaum mentioned, working together, I think that maybe we can capture some more, maybe some additional revenues. It doesn't increase the levy, because the levy is that levy, and we can only tax it at 2.5%. But that again will help the shift between residential and commercial properties.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Perfect.
Sorry about that.
All right. So we
Vote
need
on
to
it.
make a decision on where we're taxing commercial, residential, and the small business exemption.
So you essentially just, you want to decide on what the shift is? And then the small commercial exemption.
I'll make a recommendation.
Okay.
that We adopt the 1.74
For,
the residential for 2026.
Second.
residential at 1.74.
Correct. And the commercial is, was it 1175, is that it?
No, and you have to include that the factor is 88.8371.
88.371.
So the minimal
the factor.
residential factor,
Okay. 88.371.
right,
8371.
yeah, 8371, so 88.8371.
Yep. That's what I got.
Okay.
88.8371 factor.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Let's take one at a time. So we have, we'll just do residential at this point,
No, no,
okay?
so it's all, it's a
It's all together.
1.74 CIP shift with a residential factor of 88.8371. Those two, that goes
It's all one
together.
vote.
Okay,
The small commercial exemption would be,
Yep.
you can do that.
And
separately,
plus the
yeah.
$10,000 small exemption, commercial business.
That's going to be a separate.
That has to be separate.
all right. So we're, right now, we have on the floor, let me make sure I have it right, Mr. Mickelson, 1.74 for the CIP, which is commercial, to make sure I have all my, commercial, industrial, personal property, CIP, with the 8.8371
Factor.
factor,
Correct.
Residential.
residential
Residential.
factor. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Chris seconded it, okay. Motion on the floor, any discussion? All right, we're going to vote. Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Hesitantly, yes.
And the chair will also vote yes.
Unanimous. Okay,
So
great.
unanimous. And now, we're looking, the one other thing that we need to discuss is the 10% exemption for our small businesses.
So we can vote on that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr.
make a
McDonald?
motion that we continue the 10%, the small business exemption for FY 2026.
Second.
That's been seconded, thank you. So on the floor, we have the exemption of the 10% for small businesses. Any discussion on that? All right, hearing none, we will vote. Mr. O'Neill? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, so that's unanimous. Oh, was I supposed to close the hearing before I voted?
Oh, you should have, yeah.
Oh.
Close the hearing.
So we
I'm
can
going
do
to
that.
close the hearing.
Do it again, yeah.
Is that right? No, only because now that I'm done, I'm like, that's right, close the hearing. So we will close the hearing and take our vote. And the vote was both in favor of the 10% exemption for small businesses and the 1.75 CIP shift.
4.
Sorry, 1.74, and I got it written down right here. CIP shift with the 88.8371 residential factor.
Correct.
Voted on. All right. Thank you.
So just as a takeaway, Kevin, the things that I would personally like to see, if we can get them to Cody, the 61A breakdown. If we're doing a comparison to the towns, if we can break it out, compared actually to the tax rate and any other breakouts that they have also. And then,
Mr. O'Neill?
And
Assessment.
also,
Could I suggest that we have a meeting in January, which would include the 10 high tax pay, whatever information you want to have a meeting back and get this information, what you're looking for?
yeah,
else
I
we wanna
don't
have?
have a problem with that.
I think the only other thing that was on your list, Chris, was to talk about what a full
The
reevaluation would
reval,
look
yeah,
like.
yeah.
Well, Cody mentioned which, the top 10 taxpayers, et
Yeah,
cetera.
I think
Maybe
the
we
board
come up
is-
with a couple other things and schedule it for a meeting in January?
Board is amenable. I think a formal request from this board to the Board of Assessors for Jessica to, provide us with this, and we'll work with Jessica, myself, and Gary. But I
You
think,
need a vote for that?
I think so, just that way there,
Yeah.
it's clear that
I make
this is
that
a
motion.
request.
All right. Any further discussion on that before we vote?
And the only reason, Kevin, is it's going to be important for that, the budget advisory group, for us to get a real good picture of where we are now, and that, all that data is going to be included in that.
It's great, because I did have concerns about the reval, especially considering the large one is coming up in 2 years. We need to be prepared. We can't wait and all of a sudden hire someone that does that,
Right.
and they're not going to do it the way we really expect them to do it, okay?
No.
So that's going to be great.
Okay.
And we've
Thank you.
We did
burned before by rushing.
vote.
We did not vote on that. We're in discussion to see if there's anything
sorry.
else we want,
Excuse
and
me,
I'm looking at our dates in January. Mr. McDonald, did you have anything to add to that list?
No.
Mr. Tattelbaum?
So I leave it up to Cody to add whatever he thinks is
Okay.
necessary.
We are setting our select board meeting dates. The one that I would recommend is that we would meet January 26th, later in the month.
Good idea.
Yeah,
What time?
great.
All right. So we have some information going to Cody, which Cody will send down to the Board of Assessors with that January date. Are we in favor of requesting this information formally? Yes. Okay. Yes for Mr. O'Neill? Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattelbaum?
Just for the vote?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we'll take care of that. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and we have closed out our hearing, so going back, I'm going to take something out of order tonight. I'm going to ask that Mr. Vitale come up and discuss the item number F, which is the Fuel Assistance Program update. And for a reference, I just want to pull it up in your packet and let you know,
Excuse me.
page 51,
Nice.
for those of you who want
Thank
to
you.
follow along.
Fuel assistance.
All
is
right.
F. Here it is.
F.
Right.
Got it.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Chris Vitale, Assistant Town Administrator. So I've done this previously, but want to come before the board and provide an update on the fuel assistance program this past year. This program was funded by a 2-year grant through the Mass AG's office. So initially, we started with just over 35,000, so broken up into 2 years, working at about 18,000 per year. So in your packet, you have a summary memo about the awards that we issued this year. So this memo was dated November 24th. So since then, there's been a couple more applications, but
Right.
just to give you an idea, there was 50 households assisted as of November 24th. We awarded about 15,500 in grants, assisting a total of 113 residents. 28% of the households had a member with a disability. 64% of the applications were from households experiencing a financial setback. And I have to give a hats off to our office staff. We were able to process these applications in less than 5 days on average.
terrific.
So did pretty good.
Merry Christmas.
Yes. So what's not on this memo is we also sent out a survey to people who were given awards just to get their feedback on the program. They gave us a 4.6 stars, so we're very happy with that.
Out of 5.
Out of 5, yes.
Okay.
Not out of 10, not
Yeah.
out of 10. 88% said that there was good information out on the program, just the right amount of advertising for it. And 88% said that the funding came right when they needed it or before they were expecting it. So that's some good feedback. There was a couple of other things in there. Of course, the grant funding was limited. It was one-time grants of $250 to $500. And so a lot of the people applying, again, because they are experiencing a financial setback, said that it wasn't enough funding. But again, you know, there always could be more, but that's what we had to work with, and we're happy we were able to help our residents. So as of now, we have just under $1,200 left to issue for this year before we've officially expended all the grant funding. So if you know about the program or are considering applying, please do so, because that's about 3 to 5 more applications we can fund for this year. And
So that's
happy to answer any questions you
Thank
have.
I want to thank you for this information. What you sent to us was very helpful to see the breakdown and how many different households were helped. So this is excellent.
It's nice to see programs like this work,
Yeah.
help out people that are needy in the worst of times.
It's important to note, too, this program, we're one of very few in the Commonwealth that as a municipality offer a direct fuel assistance program. And this does not preclude you from applying for and obtaining traditional fuel assistance. So this is really an additional program that we're offering through AG settlement funds that can assist even more so for someone in need. So, the traditional PACE out of New Bedford, that doesn't stop. You can still apply for that, and this is in addition to that. So it really is great. The town is taking advantage of this for the past 4 or 5 years, Chris. And it's just a great service that we can offer our residents.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
But, Mr. Vitale,
Chris.
before you leave
Oh.
we have something as the board can officially announce that you have applied for and accepted a position with the neighboring community as their town administrator. And we're happy for you, a little sad for us, but as an example, this fuel assistance program really is something that you've, solely managed and got going, so I thank you for that. But we have a citation for you. Be it known that the Dartmouth Select Board hereby extend its congratulations to Chris Vitale in recognition of your years of dedicated service to the town of Dartmouth. During your tenure, you consistently took initiative, demonstrated strong leadership, and stepped forward whenever the community needed you. May your commitment, professionalism, and spirit of service continue to guide you in all your future endeavors, and may the impact of your contributions in Dartmouth be long remembered. And be it further known that the Dartmouth Select Board extends its best wishes for continued success.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris. Do we need to take a picture? I used to take pictures and send it to Magnolia.
Yeah,
Who do we send it to?
Yeah, send it to me.
All right, so hang on, Chris, come on back. All right, wait. We're gonna do our picture. All right. We used to send it to Magnolia, but Cody will figure it out, right? All right. Now it's really official. Now it's really official. We have Chris in the office till the end of the week.
Whoa.
And then,
Bye-bye.
yeah, and then he hits the trail. He's not too far away, though. Not too far. Not too
You'll be hearing from me, I'm sure.
far. We know Cody will.
We hope so.
All right. So now we will go back to our new business, and we will start with the conservation restriction, 179 Jordan Road. And we do have a representative from DNRT to
Thank you, Madam Chair.
talk to us about that.
Nick Wildman. I'm the Executive Director of the Dartmouth Natural Resources Trust. I've got a quick summary I can...
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
So I'm very pleased to be before you tonight, Select Board, because this is a conservation restriction I've been working on for 3.5 years, my entire time at Dartmouth Natural Resources Trust. This is an exceptional opportunity for conservation. This is property on Jordan Road. The grantor is Mr. Ken Goes and his wife Elizabeth Orcutt. This is a permanent conservation restriction on the vast majority of this 16.7 acre parcel. This is a parcel that was conserved under Chapter 61A for many, many years. As that has expired now, with the potential sale of this property, the conservation restriction that is here before you will continue in perpetuity under DNRT's stewardship. And at its basic elements, we're protecting exceptional natural resources here in terms of endangered species habitat and wetland. Over 6 acres of actively used farmland that's contributing revenue and part of Dartmouth's thriving agricultural community and prime agricultural soils. And exceptionally, really scenic viewshed on what is a designated scenic road in Jordan Road. In addition, as you can see in your packet, this parcel abuts other permanently protected parcels in the neighborhood. In addition to all the standard protections that conservation restrictions receive under the state regulations, this CR also allows continued active use and development of the property with respect to the existing residential portion and the exemption of a 2.1 acre lot on the north side, which the landowner will retain the rights to subdivide and build on if desired, as well as the ongoing agricultural uses. Ultimately, this is a CR that meets all the requirements of the state. It is passed review by the DCS staff and has been sent out for signatures. Dartmouth's Conservation Commission reviewed it back in September and unanimously voted to assert its municipal certification on this. That's about it. It's pretty straightforward, especially compared to tax rates. I think this is pretty straightforward. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have about it.
Great.
No, this is exciting.
Question?
Yes, Mr. Tattlebaum.
Nick, could you, on the 6.2 acres of farmland, is there an agreement? How does that work, or in its longevity, and how long of the farm?
It's, a CR basically typically precludes all activities and uses. In this case, those agricultural activities aren't required, but they are allowed. Okay. And so whether it's the owner of the property who does them, or as the case is right now, as I understand, that the property is leased out to another farmer.
As long as it's successful, it'll keep going.
Yeah, I mean, they can, that's right. They can do, it's standard requirement is to have a farm plan of some kind, and that would be part of DNRT's ongoing review and annual review and stewardship.
Farm itself as well?
Right, yeah, we would go and review and make sure all those practices were in accordance with the farm plan and the conservation restrictions.
Thank you.
And presently, there is someone there,
That's right, yes.
property.
Yeah, grazing specifically. Grazing cattle.
Nick, I thank you for the maps that you presented. The DNRT property closest to this, is that captured in that sort of goldenrod color?
Yeah, those are the ones that have permanent conservation restrictions on them. The yellow color, that's right.
Yep. So this is right in the middle of
Yeah, wow.
all the work that you're doing.
Yeah, it fills in a nice space there.
Yeah.
And there's extensive wetlands. I believe I have endangered salamanders and other habitat in that back forest that you can see from the road.
It's nice to have it protected.
Terrific.
I thank you for the work that you and DNRT have done for the town, and we need to
Motion to approve.
vote to approve. So do I?
Second.
Oh, I have a motion by Mr. Mickelson, a second by Mr. Tattlebaum. Any other questions before we vote? All right, ready to vote. Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum? And I vote yes. Thank you.
Thanks again, Nick.
We'll,
Thank you all.
Sign it.
Appreciate you having me.
These 2 copies. We'll have it ready for you in the morning.
and thank you for your condensed version. We have multiple pages here. So thank you. All right. Next, we have our water rate presentation.
Yes, I'm going to, but the Board of Public Works will be, did you already open your meeting? Okay, so
No,
they're going to open their meeting.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
my name is Robert Almy. I'm the Chair of the Board of Public Works. We have a quorum here this evening to hear your comments. The Board of Public Works will consider a rate increase on Thursday at their regular meeting. It will be based on both the presentation that your town administrator will give you this evening and any comments you make. Before we move on, I'd like to convene a Board of Public Works meeting of December 15th, 2025. Mr. Gagne? So we have a motion by Mr. Gagne, who's present, and the chair, who's present. I will second the motion. Mr. Gagne, how do you vote? Chair votes yes, so we are convened for the purpose of hearing your comments on this item.
Thank you.
All right. So I gave a similar presentation at the most recent Board of Public Works meeting. This was put together really a team effort, so I appreciate all of the assistance with Tim Barber, DPW Director, Gary Carrera, our Director of Budget and Finance, and Steve Sullivan, who's been helping us supporting as a consultant the water and sewer, former water and sewer superintendent. So before I go too deep, I know most people in this room have a general understanding of what an enterprise is, but for everybody at home, we're talking about our water enterprise fund this evening. An enterprise fund is essentially a business-like municipal service that's primarily funded by user fees. We keep the finances separate from our tax-funded budget. Surpluses essentially go into a separate fund that becomes retained earnings, and we utilize that for future capital improvements. It's authorized under Massachusetts general law, and again, like any business, annual revenue needs to meet and usually exceed operational expenses as we build those reserves for those capital expenses. Wanted to give some background on operating budget, and so I'll go over that first, right? Going back to fiscal 20, you can see we've had substantial increases in our operating budget in the Water Enterprise Fund. In fiscal 20, we were a little shy of $5 million, 4.91. And most recently, we approved a budget at town meeting of $6.9 million for the Water Enterprise Fund operating budget. That's represented in the blue. In the red, I think one of the primary drivers of why we're here tonight is the purchase of water from the city of New Bedford. So you really see over the last 5 years the significant increase. In fiscal 20, a little over $500,000. We remained consistent in 21. 22, you start to see that really creep up, 1.2 million. We had an off year in 23, 1.8 million, back down to almost 1.1 in 24. And then, 25, we were significant at over $2 million. In 26, keep in mind, that's only through October of fiscal 26. So we're essentially capturing Q1 of fiscal 26 and then the additional month of October, and we're at almost $1.8 million in water purchased from the city of New Bedford. We budgeted $1.6 million, just to give you some context. So we're already over budget, and we anticipate that to only increase due to several factors, which I'll get into. This is a telling chart, and if you walk away with one thing, I think this is kind of the most practical thing that you can look at and understand. What I did over the last few years is look at our annual budget change compared to rate increases. So you saw how the budget has almost consistently gone up. The dark blue is the budget increase or change, and then the lighter blue are those rate increases. And with the exception of fiscal, really 22, you see large increases in our operating budget, almost 12% in fiscal 23, almost 11% in 24. Fiscal 25 was minimal at 3.7, and again, back to almost 12% this year in fiscal 26. And look at the comparison of the rate increases, which again, majority of this operation is funded with rates. You see over the last 5 fiscal years, essential deficit of 10.1% when you compare budget increases to rate increases. And so In addition to how we got here with the purchase of New Bedford Water, this is quite practical. You can understand, well, rates haven't necessarily kept up with the budget increases. Another financial indicator of any of our enterprise funds is retained earnings. So essentially that savings account, we use this for primarily capital needs. Anyone who you looked at the long-range capital planning workshop put on, Mr. Barber put together regarding the Water Enterprise Fund, shows we have $16 million in large capital projects that's needed at in the Water Enterprise Fund. That would be funded, with a portion of retained earnings and debt. But what you see, again, is a trend in not the right direction. Fiscal 20, we were up at 1.6 million in retained earnings. We had a high of 1.8 approximately in 21, and then you see the steady kind of drop since fiscal 21 to most recently in fiscal 25, retained earnings was 242,892. However, we ran a deficit in fiscal 25, as you may recall at the last town meeting. We had to make a transfer, and so retained earnings right now sits at about $140,000 because we had to transfer $100,000. So that brings us, I've given you a little bit of background, that brings us to where we are today. We've mentioned that our team would be watching the Water Enterprise Fund and looking at the revenue, looking at expenses. And we quickly noticed, primarily because of the increase in the City of New Bedford water purchases, we are projecting a deficit of $500,000 for fiscal 26 if we do not change any aspects of the revenue. We've become reliant on New Bedford water. Particularly, we have a number of wells that are offline. We have restrictions set by DEP. So during the months of May through September, a number of our wells, depending on drought conditions, we have to actually shut down, depending on the river levels in the Pascamanset. So if they reach a certain level and that gets too low, we have to shut down our wells during peak demand for water, and essentially that means more reliance on the City of New Bedford. One of the other things is we put water restrictions into effect every season. We do not put a total ban into effect like a lot of communities do. We restrict essentially when you would water, particularly with irrigation, and that is between 5 p.m. and 9 a.m. The idea is it's not during the middle of the day, it's not peak time, and the goal would be that we are able to produce the water rather than use the New Bedford's water. Unfortunately, we've had not as much compliance with those restrictions, and I'll get into it, but we plan to heavily work on that to ensure compliance. I already said we've spent almost $2 million in New Bedford water in the current fiscal year. But we've also had other increases, energy, just like our residents see an increase in their cost of electric and natural gas. We see that at our Water Enterprise Fund. The wells in pump stations require a lot of energy. And so when those costs increase, that's more burden on the budget. Chemical increases have exceeded what we initially anticipated, and again, the amount of water purchased from the City of New Bedford. When rates were set for fiscal 26, the City of New Bedford had yet to set their water rate. And so essentially, we got a water rate increase from the City of New Bedford that outpaced what we had increased our rates at going into fiscal 26. I talked about consumption in preserving water. This is a chart that shows you 2025 versus 2024 water consumption. This is calendar year, not fiscal year. And so in the light blue, again, you see 2024 water consumption. In the dark blue is the 2025 consumption. And this is by cubic feet. To give you a little perspective, it's about 7.5 gallons per cubic foot of water. So you look at August, for example, and our total water consumption across the town was almost 15 million cubic feet. That is 112 million gallons of water in the month of August. Now you compare that to the previous year, August of 2024, right around 11 million cubic feet. That is around 82 million gallons of water. So essentially what that means is we use 30 million more gallons of water this August compared to last August. That's a problem. Particularly as homes become more efficient, businesses become more efficient, we shouldn't be seeing more water usage. Essentially, we should be seeing less water usage. And so that's where I talked about we need to work on the conservation efforts more so. It costs us 10 times more to purchase water from the city of New Bedford than it does for us to produce our own water here in Dartmouth. So where does that lead us? We are recommending, our team got together with that deficit, we are recommending a 13% mid-year rate increase across all tiers of water rate users. We are also recommending that we reduce the minimum consumption from 600 cubic feet to 400 cubic feet. We have been talking about this for quite some time, but we are going to immediately enact the quarterly billing transition. This what helps our residents to really better budget and allows for those bills to not hit you all at once, essentially. What does that do for the average resident? It essentially raises the bill by $14.05 per month for a quarterly average bill of $228.81. We are also proposing to add a $3 per meter quarterly fee. You recall that we have been under the past few years putting in the new water meters. That is, we have this capability called Ion Water. What this does is it really allows us to actually go to quarterly billing because we can have more frequent reads. But one of the really beneficial features for our community is they can monitor the water, that they're in real time monitor their water usage. Now, what does that mean? It means if you have a leak, you can hopefully detect it and identify it and get that fixed before you get a bill. So previously, if you had a water leak, your toilet's running nonstop, if you don't realize it, you may not realize it until you get that bill, which could be several $1,000s, right? With the Ion Water, our ratepayers have the ability to go in and see that water usage and hopefully detect, maybe I have a leak, something's going on, in which would further allow for us to conserve water. One of the things that we hear is, we talked about it with the classification hearing, where does this compare with other communities that offer water service? So New Bedford and Fall River are certainly lower than Dartmouth. But if you look at many of the other communities, we're actually less or more in line with several of these communities. And you see Taunton, Bridgewater, Attleboro, and Norton are good examples of this here. This is based on 5,600 cubic feet, which in a semi-annual bill, that's about average, around 2,800 to 3,000 cubic feet per quarter. Now, not only, a rate increase is not the only aspect of this. Our team is diligently working on reducing expenses. Water conservation, you've heard me mention it here tonight, but that it's an important factor in this equation. We need to make sure that we're deliberately designing landscape and irrigation systems, right? Also, that goes to when we put water restrictions in effect, they need to be followed. We will be heavily imposing fines up to $300 per offense, and the water department and our team over at DPW will be making sure that our users are following those restrictions. We plan to provide a lot more education regarding this. We're going to be sending out more information on water conservation efforts, and you'll see, I'll get to it, but our DPW team will be working with DCTV to put out some informational videos as well. And, you know, I mentioned it, but there's appliances and water using devices are becoming more and more efficient, so we want to, you know, see what we can do to help residents implement those. It really comes down to individual water consumption, though. You know, residents need to be diligent. Our community needs to be diligent of water consumption year-round, we would ask, but particularly when there are restrictions in effect. One of the other items that we're working on is our contractual rate with the city of New Bedford. We are working towards renegotiating an agreement with them that is mutually agreeable for both the town of Dartmouth and the city of New Bedford. And the goal with that would be to potentially reduce the rate that we are paying there. We are working to get our wells back online. It's no secret. We've been straightforward. We have a number of wells that are offline for various reasons. The DPW team has been diligent in prioritizing which projects get done and which aspects of those projects are done to get those wells back online. And we anticipate 3 of those wells will be back online by the end of this fiscal year. We are also looking at several other upgrades through fiscal 30, which would essentially increase capacity in what we draw from our wells. And we're also investigating other resources. We've talked about potentially teaming up with the city of Fall River to get an interconnection there. That would go through Westport. We've had meetings preliminarily with Westport, and we're going to continue to investigate that. And we are also will be looking at, what are other options. You'll likely see something on the town meeting warrant in the next couple of years to do a study to explore what those options will be. With this, we also want to make sure that we make note that in the next several months, our team will be working to review what options we can offer to senior and low-income users to see if there's an ability to reduce their bills in fiscal '26, similar to what we do with the SMART program, the trash and solid waste program. This is an updated example of what you can expect the back of your bill to look like, right? So the back of your bill, when you flip it over, has the different tiers, right? So most residential users have that 1-inch meter size, and then quarterly billing, there's the minimum charge. This is with the 13% increase. And then you have, like I said, you have those tiers based on the right side. It's rather confusing, and we recognize that. And so we have put together a bill calculator, which we will be launching on the town's website early next week. A screenshot of that is in the presentation here. But what you essentially will be able to do is put in your meter size, which your bill, if you look at a previous bill, tells you what your meter size is. You put in your monthly water usage, and it'll calculate what your bill would be with the new rates if approved by the Board of Public Works. We think this is a great tool. We would ask that if you're looking for, if you look at a previous bill and you want to get an idea of what your monthly water usage is, you divide it by 6, because historically your bill was based on a 6-month, and the calculator is a monthly usage. So if you divide that by 6 and plug that in, that gives you an idea of what your bill would look like. Rates would be effective with the first billing cycle in 2026. Like I said, we have this online calculator, which we have launched or will be launching early next week. And the team is working with DCTV, once rates are approved, to put out informational videos, not just on the billing side of it, but the conservation side of this as well, and what everyone can do to do their part, right, to make sure that we are able to provide adequate water to our community and at an effective cost. And with that, we will open it up for questions. We do have the Board of Public Works here, DPW Director Tim Barber, Steve Sullivan, who is our former Superintendent of Water Sewer, and Gary Carrero, who is our Budget and Finance Director, who have all worked on this.
Great.
I will open it up before I speak. Mr. Tattelbaum?
I think it's necessary, but critically important that we look at this in the short and long term. Very much in favor of looking at the water supply, where we get the water. I think we got a plan with that. And of course, Cody's mentioned that. No need to go in detail, but I think a commitment on our part to make sure that we do the best we can to save water and instruct our residents how to do it, and do all the things we can as quick as we can to open these wells, because we understand that that's a great way to save money and be more efficient on our own. So it's a real multi-pronged attack. I think we certainly got a commitment from the DPW and with Cody's teamwork that we can monitor this, and I think that it's important that we meet on a regular basis, whatever that is makes sense, once or twice a year, 3 times a year, to see how it's going, what we can do to help in the meantime, because it's a total commitment, and I look forward to making this whole process more streamlined and more effective and more efficient. And maybe if we're smart, we can even reduce our water usage, because we are conserving water, either the way we water our lawns or the kind of washing machine we have. And it's a dramatic change in washing machines. If you need a new one, you need one. It's amazing how much less water can be used in a washing machine, which is everyday usage. So I think it's a comprehensive plan, and I'm full support.
Yeah, ditto. I'm sure the residents will enjoy the quarterly bills. Long time coming. There's no question about that. That'll ease the burden a bit. But there's no question that we've been sitting back and watching things go by and not reacting to the issues at hand. Again, the wells, I'm not going to say anymore, we all know the wells are down, we need to put those wells back in working order and save the town money. But I think we all know that in due respect, there are a lot of people that waste a lot of water in the summertime. I mean, an awful lot of water. And they don't seem to care because they can afford those large water bills. But I think we need to police that part of the business and be dead serious that this is what we're going to do. And no exceptions. But other than that, it's a long time coming. Thank you.
Mr. O'Neill?
Well, first of all, Cody and Gary did a great job. This was basically parachuting in, as far as I can see, into a very, very difficult situation, and one that personally I was a little caught off guard by. But you know, one of the things, listen, not to be the heavy and talk about the negative sides of this stuff, but you know, we've got a Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings screen here, starting in 2021 at $1.8 million, and that's a steady line down to 25. And as far as I can see, the alarm bells were probably in the end of 24, early 25. Yeah, I think the board prior to this particular DPW board should have been ringing that bell a hell of a lot earlier. You know, we keep talking about conservation, and given the reliance on New Bedford, I get that. And if we have the droughts, then we can talk about the conservation. But I think we've had more of a rate problem than a conservation problem and a usage problem. It's almost like we're blaming the customer for using our product. I mean, you can't do that. If you've got a rate that works, and you've put the forethought into it, then the rate should work, no matter what the gallonage is. So listen, I'm glad we're dealing with it now. Could it be worse? Yeah, it could be worse. You know, it shouldn't take an insurance guy to say, hey, let's talk to Fall River. Fall River's awash in water over there. And it doesn't make sense that you know, that should have happened. You know, they should have been worked on 4 or 5 years ago. This is going to be now in addition to the tax increase that was just passed, and it's just up and up and up. You know, I know the costs continue to go up. The chemicals are a big one. One of the questions that I had, if either Rob or maybe even Steve can touch on the change over to chloramine, you know, and give us an idea of what impact that had and where it is in these charts, so we kind of have an idea of how much of a big deal that was. The other chart, water bill by municipality based on 5,600 cubic feet. I'm missing something. So they've got New Bedford at 256, Fall River at 275, and Dartmouth at 424. So if what am I missing? I'm missing some simple math here. If we're taking water in at 256,
We're not.
why is it 10 times? I don't get it.
That's the problem. We're not paying what a New Bedford resident pays for water, and that's
Okay.
what we are trying to work through with New Bedford.
So what's the difference in New Bedford for residential to commercial? Do we know? I mean, why are we paying 10 times more?
We, Tim, I'm not sure. We're paying about 20% more, right around there, than a New Bedford resident.
All right. So the resident.
Historically have.
Yeah, so I would assume we're considered a commercial client of New Bedford's, right, at this gallonage. So where'd 10 times more come from?
The cost of us producing water. So us producing the water is minimal compared to what we have to directly purchase it from the city of New Bedford. That's just our cost of actual production of the water.
Okay, so how are we at 424?
That's the average bill, because we have to take into account what we're paying from the city of New Bedford.
Okay, so this includes current numbers.
Yes, this
includes-
includes the proposed rate. Yes.
The Dartmouth rate and the consumption from New Bedford is built into that 424?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, all right, so there's
This is the average bill that the resident would see, not our cost, or not the cost by municipality for them to produce the water.
Okay.
It's the average bill for the average resident.
All right, so there's the simple math. You know, again, it's, from what I can see, it's a rate problem. If we build the rate properly from the get-go, it doesn't matter how much water we use, we're still ahead of the game. And what does this do to retained earnings? Does this build in, are we still at our 15 points?
The projections that we put together and the 13% increase would, essentially, we would break even this year. And the goal would be to begin to build retained earnings in fiscal '27.
All right, so this isn't even including what we've all decided, and what the board had decided, that 15% was a number that we'll need going forward for capital improvement. I'm not happy with the consultant. You know, the consultant came in on our water rate, and they brought the numbers to us, and we approved it. Granted, we've had an increase and we've had some well problems, but we've had well problems now for way too long. I don't understand why we can't get these things up and running, but, you know, I'm not happy with the consultant, and I don't think, you know, they took into consideration maybe the condition of the wells, you know, whatever that data was, because we're in this mess. One of the other things was PFAS, right? We included that like $2.25 million, maybe about 6 months ago, into the capital improvement budget for PFAS mitigation, right? And then that was the month that we came in for the rate approval, and then the following DPW meeting, they come in and say, you know what, the numbers are really so low, we don't need to spend that money. Well, where the hell's the $2.25 million go? It was, I mean, is that a credit toward this rate, or is it not? I don't know.
No, the PFAS mitigation funds, essentially, once we have them all, will need to be utilized towards mitigation of PFAS. But this 13% mid-year increase does not take into account anything other than operational expenses and essentially trying to create a solvent operation during the current fiscal year. And as we go into the next few months, and if the board approves this rate increase, we will continue to monitor it weekly, monthly, and make a recommendation to the Board of Public Works for whatever we think is necessary to start to build retained earnings for the rates in fiscal '27 and beyond. Because our capital expenses aren't going away; they're only increasing.
So I guess question, Rob, while you're up there, what do you think about the consultant's presentation to you? Am I off base? Tell me if I'm off base.
Well, before I answer that question directly, I want to tell you, I have an honest-to-goodness crystal ball on my desk. Mm-hmm. The problem with the damn thing is it doesn't work very well. Mm-hmm. My sense here is that the context that the Public Works Board considered its rate increases for the last 2 years included severe criticism for raising rates a few years ago, in which we heard that criticism in this room. So we're sensitive to the tax rate, we're sensitive to the enterprise funds, and in particular, the enterprise funds aren't limited by the 2.5%. So we kind of, we got that context to consider. The consultants gave us choices, and the evaluation they showed us had us keeping the retained earnings flat for a couple of years and then starting to go up. To bring them up faster and sooner would have required more of a rate increase. We had that in front of us. We missed the effects of this drought. We had a relatively wet spring, beginning of summer, and suddenly it stopped raining. And when we had to, you saw how much we were purchasing from New Bedford, and it's hundreds of thousands of dollars more than we had budgeted. And that basically is what cratered our retained earnings. What we're trying to do now is make a mid-year adjustment and bring this thing back into some kind of balance. It will increase retained earnings more quickly than the rates that we adopted before. We didn't get it right last year. We didn't get it right for a number of reasons, and that's on us. So that's what I have to say about that, okay? Now, I want to make a couple of points about conservation here. One is front-loading washers do more than save water. They also save clothing. So if you're going to sell this, you're going to sell it as a program to benefit people. And so all our water conservation efforts have got to be multi-pronged. We're going to change people's habits here. This is hard to do. When we talk about changing irrigation, my vision here is to work with Public Works and the irrigation system service providers in this part of town to not only get them to be sure that these systems are applying water efficiently across the whole spectrum of whatever area they're, so it's not too much here, not enough over here, but also to educate their customers about how important this is. Part of that is what you heard about DCTV. We got to do that. And we got to do it over and over again because it takes a couple of times to get people to understand what you're saying and then to take it seriously. And then there has to be enforcement, and that's going to be a little tricky. However, we've been talking about a 13.5% across the board. My preference and what I'm going to suggest to the Public Works Board is that the top tier, that is that portion of people's water use that represents irrigation, is actually more than 13.5%. And the reason is you want people to think twice about when they're using their irrigation system. And the best way to do that is to remind them that it's coming out of their pocket, okay? So that's that's one person's perspective. We've got another board member here, and we will be going over this Thursday morning at our regular meeting. But I certainly take your criticism. It's fair, and it's right on.
Thank you. Steve, what about the chloramine? Was if you can kind of, just an indication.
Changing the chloramines only added one more chemical to our system, the ammonia. So it's not a major effect.
Big deal.
But the problem is we've had those wells offline. So we've had enough money in our budget to cover the chemicals. But the problem is we've had a plant that's only running off of one well field, which is the 579, which we're working on right now to get those wells back online. So that chemical cost will come back up once we get those wells back online. So.
All right, so talk to me about the wells, right? Since I've been in, I've been listening about the wells and what problems we're having with them. And
Unfortunately, we had a rain event back in 2022.
Yeah.
2020.
Yeah.
And what happened was the wells came back with an E. coli hit.
Right.
It's under the water management permit. So once we have a hit in that and we have to resample, years ago we could take those wells, shut them down, rechlorinate them, make sure they were clean, and then put them back online. Unfortunately, now with the water management permit, you're not allowed to do that. You have to shut them off, leave them off until you go to that, which is called full loggers, which we're doing at 579 now, moving the pipeline around.
How long is that? Where are we in that? Are we almost done with that?
They got the pipeline in, so we're looking to see how fast we can get that moved along to get that part of that plant up and running with a full log to get those 3 wells back online. So,
Any idea on the time frame?
Those are the 3 that I mentioned will be up prior to the end of the
End of the fiscal year. So this June, July.
yeah.
Right.
So it's probably talking.
One way we needed to add the pipe in order to treat it over a longer period of time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So again, these wells got shut off, and if we turned them back on, they would have had us. We would have been forced to do a boil order, which nobody wants in this town of Dartmouth for boil water just to turn on those 3 wells. So
Right.
that wouldn't have been nice for nothing. And that would have been just almost like the trihalomethanes, haloacetic acids we're sending letters out to. And, you know, people distrust their water and the complaints they have about it. You know, they want to give it to their cat, want to give it to their dog. And we hit those all the time because of the chloramine changes. You know, there's certain things. We had a reaction with the chloramines when we first put them online. We had green water in tubs. It was just everything was acting and worked its way up. I mean, we haven't had those complaints, but it took time. It almost took a whole year when we went online with the chloramines to be where we are now. And the flushing is important to get out there and do, which we do twice a year. And it's you know, we're putting water on the ground when we're paying, you know, New Bedford at a higher rate in the summertime, but we have to do it. It's because if not, we're going to have nitrification, which causes another problem.
Okay.
So,
and last question is the droughts, you know, the cycles that we go through, and where are we? How bad is it compared to prior years? Should we expect more?
I think we've been lucky, and the southeast has been lucky with drought periods. We probably got to do more as far as when the droughts start, is to do more. Instead of doing the 9 to 5, 5 p.m. to 9 a.m., is probably doing odd even watering. Have people water a lot less. And right now we give them the benefit of running, 7 days a week between 9 and 5. And if we change that and bring that to a better control, and like they said, fining, going out, I find people all the time, watering the lawn in the middle of the day, and you knock on their door and explain to them, please, this is you're going to follow the rules. But with the quarterly billing, we start that list out January 1st. We start sending the letters because we only bill in 6-month increments. Now with the quarterly bills, this stuff is going to get out to them more often. So it's going to be beneficial to us.
And more specifically on the water line, the line from Westport down Route 6, I know it's 12 inches, right? Where are we on those meetings? Do we need to do anything to spur that along, to get interest?
No, we have been in constant communication with Westport initially, and they're obviously a big player in this. And our next step is directly getting something scheduled with Fall River. And the goal would be to go after funding for, as more of a regional approach, Dartmouth, Westport, and Fall River in the state budget cycle for the next fiscal year, whether it's through MassWorks grants, whether it's through state budget appropriations, working with our local delegation, but that is where we are in that process and where we anticipate it going.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that we want to be careful of. There is interest within the town to look at other sources of additional water, and we want to be careful that we have treated those people who are knowledgeable about the town fairly and have listened to them. So we got to do a little bit of listening and some work with some of our residents who have suggestions about other sources, wells, reservoirs, whatever they are. So we're going to work on that. We got to work on something called an interbasin transfer. Make sure that the state's okay with taking Fall River water, some of which comes from the Taunton River Basin, and bringing it over here to Buzzards Bay. Now, you would think, well, it's not much water, and so what? But, we got to punch that ticket. And we want to be careful of that because we don't want to go sideways in this process. We want to get through it and get through it in as straightforward a manner as possible. But, yes, we need to look at additional supplies, wherever they are, and have the ones that make the most sense.
And in tandem, we're renegotiating with New Bedford, or do we have an opportunity? I don't know how that works. Do we have like an annual contract, biannual? How do we do it?
We're New Bedford. Mr. Barber had a successful meeting with New Bedford, and they are in the process of sending us over a draft of what they would like to propose, and then we will negotiate with them in that agreement.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Rob.
Mr. McDonald, did you have any questions on the presentation?
Questions? Probably not. I do remember several years ago in discussion with Gary on the billing procedures for water, where there were some accounts that were coming up with 0 readings. And those accounts were not being flagged for basically having those type of problems. And coming to find out, a lot of those accounts had their meters ripped off. They were tampered with in many ways. And from my understanding and my recollection, there was never any kind of ramifications for that. So this is why we have been pushing for quarterly billing for the last 6-7 years when this discussion first came up. And I believe with the quarterly billing, with the proper training of the billing clerks, with the reading of these meters, we need to make sure that everyone from Tim Barber down to whoever the superintendent of water is going to be, which, by the way, should be filled quickly, I think, making sure that these types of deliberate attempts to circumvent billing get taken care of. And I think we also need to take a look at the manner in which we address them punitively. The other thing is, we need to make sure that staffing levels at the water department is where they need to be so that current staff are not stretched thin. My understanding right now is that they are requiring people who have not had the new meters put in, the new reading part of the meters put in, giving them notices that they have to have it done. I'm a little concerned that part of the process is that if you don't respond, you get your water shut off, and that makes off for one pissed off customer, and that when someone from the water department needs to come in to turn the meter back on, they're by themselves. I think that needs to be looked at a little bit better. And it's the other thing is, I think what needs to be addressed, and this is something that has to come from Mr. Barber and Mr. Sullivan, is the type of reading, cellular reading that's going on. Someone's starting to call them a smart meter. Everybody thinks these smart meters, especially when it comes to the electrical, they're just absolutely a sideshow. And supposedly they have these emittance of radiation and whatnot. This is not the case with these type of meters, and that, I think, needs to go out to the public to make sure that the individuals who have this concern have those concerns relayed, kind of not happen. And the households that do not have these changes, we need to really kind of put the screws to get them, make sure to get the work done. Because this quarterly billing doesn't happen unless everybody is unless it's 100% complete. And if those houses that I still refuse to do that, then there has to be some kind of punitive damages to get them to enforce it. because this is not, this isn't going to work unless everybody 100% is 100%. I'm not happy with the idea of the increase. I totally understand why. But like I said, without those concerns being addressed, without those past problems being addressed and making sure that they don't happen again, I just don't see the quarterly system working as the way it should. I'm all for it. I have 2 properties that are on quarterly billing. You guys don't want my bills. My quarterly billing for one property was $55,000. And, that's just crazy. And, we don't have the leak detection that we should have. The only time we get the leak detection is when the bills are read, and then we get an email from the town saying, hey, this account kind of went up high. Maybe you have a leak. I like the idea of people seeing their water on their, whatever device, whether it's computer or smartphone, seeing if there's any potential leaks. I just want to see those concerns, those items addressed fully. I do echo Mr. O'Neill's disdain for the consultant. I'm not pleased at some of the stuff that they came up with. I was expecting so much more. But it is what it is. We got to deal what we have to deal with. And I will maintain my eyesight on making sure that, people don't try to circumvent the system.
Thank you. My remarks are pretty simple. I appreciate the presentation. It had great information. I think in preparation of the June town meeting warrant and knowing that we were going to be facing a deficit and reading about the deficit in the newspaper and everyone's fears about that, it's very clear that we have to, and luckily we have the ability to move with an enterprise fund to make sure that we can pay our bills. And it's on all of us. So I think that quarterly billing will be great. I certainly understand the $3 per quarter of that ION system, and it, hopefully that will be a carrot for the folks who want to look at their bill regularly, that they say, oh, God, this is costing me some money. Let me take advantage of that. So, it's on all of us. Also, Mr. Gagne? Okay. And looking at the months, like sort of July and August, when we know that we have, a number of summer residents that are here, I'm not surprised at the hot months and our increase in population and popularity of things going on in town is an increase of water usage. And the only other thing that was mentioned was the irrigation systems. Do folks putting in an irrigation system need to get a permit for that?
No.
The plumbing department, so
does, right.
they get a permit to do any plumbing on the outside of the house, so that's only people are notified about that, so we don't get notified at all that somebody's put an irrigation system in, unless they're asking for a sewer deduct meter. Now, that's so they don't get charged for sewage that's going on their lawn.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So that's the only time
Yep.
we're notified that somebody is tying into a irrigation system into their home.
Because I certainly see that could be a different tier.
Right.
Because they're certainly going to use I mean, I know who has them on my street. Not only do I see the water, but in the summer, you can tell, green, green, brown, where I live, of the grass, so.
And it also, they don't stay at a residential sewer rate. They move up to a commercial sewer rate. So unless they're using enough to break even both ways,
Yeah.
it's an expense, so.
Okay,
But it is a savings to the homeowner.
Savings
At the
for
end of the day,
sewage, you're not paying for
because there's no
sewage going
sewage
in.
charge.
sewage, but,
And just to address Mr. McDonald's things about the zeros, we understood those, we found those. In fact, when I was still working for the department, I was the one that's doing all those bills and checked them that were zero usage and sent them over-the-counter bills to those people, so we would get that income coming in.
excellent.
And as far as shutting people's water off, and we are down to about 200 meters now that need to be done. And they red cards on their doors, and if they don't adhere to our requests, they've made appointments, they canceled their appointments, they didn't let us in their homes to do it the first time. And we have the right in our rules and regulations to get it to our meter and to put in the technology so we can read them. So, thank you.
Well, we need to support you to do that. Mr. Gagne is coming to the mic.
Go with a cup.
Yeah.
What's that?
Have a cup go to the.
Oh, yeah.
So I think one of the important points or the takeaways from this evening, and Cody, made it, quite clear, is that we need to address the projected deficit that we're going to have for the balance of fiscal 26. I think one of the things that also a point that was made is the situation with the level or low amount of your retained earnings. I think the sooner the financial team closes out their fiscal 26 and knows what they're going to submit to the Department of Revenue for certification of the retained earnings, the better. And it's not real for accounts like enterprise, it's really not as difficult as for, the general fund. But I think what's important is the point was made this evening that they are looking at, over a 5-year period, approximately $16 million of improvements. And one thing about waterworks, that is very expensive, the equipment is involved, and a lot of it cannot be pushed back or delayed and have it done. What concerns me and why I'm sort of pushing the issue of looking at the retained earnings early in fiscal 27 is Standard & Poor's is going to do a bond rating. Since this fund will pay for any indebtedness and it'll be separate from the general fund, they're going to look at this situation of the declining retained earnings and plummeting to $140,000. And I'm very concerned about that. So I think the sooner we revisit that in July, if we can get it done in July, the better. Because if we got to make some adjustments in there, we've got to make them soon. Now, granted, those wells are supposed to be going back online by June 30th. That may help the situation, but we got to get a grasp on it very early in fiscal 27 so that we're in a good position when you got to go out for the debt service. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, I know when we talk about that as far as bond rating, it's really important. But I also remember sitting here as a member of the Select Board when DPW and the Board of Public Works came before us and proposed a 9% increase, and we were, horrified, only to find out that we had not had any increases for a number of years. And we were very lucky. We had no increases, and our expenses were minimal, I guess. But over time, we're putting in a lot more money to keep our water treatment plant running. And it's an aging infrastructure, and that's always costs more money. Mr. Tattlebaum, you had your hand up.
I just want to respond to something, Chris, you had said about when we're under the umbrella of a monopoly that we have no control over, being the city of New Bedford, and we've let it get out of hand, your hands are tied. I think it's important that we treat water as not as a product, but more as a finite product. and do all the things we can to preserve it, because if we don't, we'll run out. Now, we can always go to New Bedford, and we may end up going to Fall River, but I think that before we jump to all these conclusions, I think it's important that we cover, certainly in the short term, our relationship with New Bedford, and then and then moving on to a little longer term, because it sounds like the Fall River supply might be a little bit more quickly to get to, because it's not going to require as much infrastructure to get it done. But it may be that we have to forge to get that sooner, but I think we need to make those decisions pretty quick. But in the end of the day, this is a commodity that has a short life. It doesn't have it, and we need to treat it that way, and we don't as a town. And just because we have a gorilla across the town, across the area that has a reservoir, a lake that's as big as they have a 100-year supply, it doesn't mean we need to be just complacent about it. And I think that we can move it to.
Just as a reminder, Mr. Tattelbaum, that the infrastructure to get the water from Fall River to Dartmouth is not in place.
I understand. Yeah.
So,
all the more reason why we look at it in the big picture. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. But treating all along the water, it's a finite supply, and we treat it that way. Thank you.
We are still drinking the same water the dinosaurs drank, so yes. I thank the Board of Public Works for coming tonight. I thank Cody and Gary and Tim working on this presentation together. We know we're up against it. We are going to have to pay more for the service that we all are using. And I good luck on Thursday making those, decisions. But I remember the presentation that we had from the consultant who talked about at one point a potential 40% increase to our bill. And we said, no. So incrementally, we need to take care of business. Mr. Almy.
Madam Chair, if there are no other questions, because we are in a formal hearing here with the Board of Public Works, I'd like to adjourn the Board of Public Works
I have one
meeting.
question.
Oh.
Is it improper or proper for us to vote on to support the rate change? Not because I realize we are not in charge of making that decision, but is that something that we can, as a recommendation, or is it something in support?
I think we certainly can. You are right. We do not make this rate change, but we can certainly offer our support.
My sense, and you do have a quorum of our board here, is that there's real concern with how we got here and that we do the right thing, but there's also support for the increase or something very close to it that your town administrator has proposed. If you wish to take a formal action, that's great. If not, I don't think you need to.
You can support the process, but we don't know what the number is.
Yeah.
We're presented with a 13% recommendation.
Yeah, I'd like to have a little bit of flexibility to work some of the different tiers, because as I said earlier, I personally believe that top tier should be higher, and that may change the 13% slightly. But we'll continue our conversations about that. Just to remind you, I have dealt with droughts before and have seen the effect of having very steep top tiers. And it's not only convincing people to do the right thing, but that it's in their financial interest to do it. So
that's helpful.
So you expect to establish even this week a rate, but also to establish a tier as well?
Correct, and that's on our agenda for Thursday's meeting.
I think rather than taking a vote, I think you heard from everyone on the board in support. So you know that we have your back and understand the difficult decision that you're making going into this.
Madam Chairman, we have heard loud and clear. Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Then I will allow you to do your thing.
All right, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn the Board of Public Works meeting of December 15th, 2025. I have a motion by Mr. Gagne, Chair seconds. Mr. Gagne, how do you vote? Chair votes yes, we are adjourned. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are conserving heat here, as you can see, that two members have,
Yeah, Tim's going to stick.
Oh, he's going to do it? Okay.
so we will move to the next item on our agenda, which is a consulting contract with Dave Hickox. And as a reminder, Dave was the former director
Yep.
of the DPW.
Yeah, so this is solely to provide professional engineering services. As the board is aware, we do not have a PE or professional engineer on staff. So this is for Mr. Hickox to basically assist the engineering division in DPW through the end of the fiscal year, and then we can revisit it at that time. This was done in the past. There was a lapse in the contract, so we're looking to just bring that back. The contract is identical to what it was before with the same rate. And Mr. Hickox, in principle, has already agreed to the proposed contract. And again, this is exactly what we've proposed in the past.
Okay.
Motion to sign the consulting contract with David Hickox for, is this yearly, right?
This is through the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, 26.
Through the end of June 26.
Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by
I'll second and have a comment after.
okay. We have a second, and now I'll open it for discussion. Dave?
My understanding is that this is a fairly minimal amount of time because it's only where projects require the specific stamp of approval. Estimate on how many times that may be the case, and maybe hours, is that a fair question?
So each project, I'd say typically, may take about, 20 hours tops. So if we, at most, we do 2 or 3 projects. So you're talking maybe 60 hours tops
A year.
a year.
And these are big projects or not
These
necessarily?
are in-house design projects. So typically, they're not too big.
Not too big.
Yeah.
Or the ones that you do,
That,
it's small enough to do in-house as opposed to big enough, would you go outside anyway?
correct.
If you go outside, you use their,
We do, yes. If
Their stamp.
if we hire a consultant engineering firm, they use their PE. Correct.
At a substantially higher amount.
I understand.
I'm sure, yeah.
So we're not talking about 10 projects, we're not talking about, it could be 2 or 3 plus or minus.
Yes.
So I might add that $82.23 per hour.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
That compensation is substantially lower than the street?
Average PE for some of our contracts range from $150 to $250 an hour.
Why so cheap?
It's a big value, yeah.
Big value.
You say most firms have a large overhead, and typically, there's travel, there's multiple, employees working on projects where, when we do these in-house projects, and also Mr. Hickox knows the area and knows most of the infrastructure. So.
So we can just send the CAD to them, have them look at it, stamp it, send it back, whatever.
Correct,
That
yes.
was a little bit easier to get through.
Would he be working on some of the design changes, just say, to fix this and come back to us, kind of come back to me?
Yes, basically commenting on designs, reviewing the designs, commenting, visiting the sites, and offering any recommendations.
But not doing the design work itself?
No.
Okay.
And and we're using his stamp on mostly town roadways, public roadways, and state projects.
Yeah, mostly roadway reconstruction, some utility replacements or extensions as well.
All set, Heidi.
Let's vote.
Okay. Mr. McDonald, did you have anything? No, okay. All right, then we will vote. Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Yes, and I vote yes, so, all right, so we'll present that to Mr. Hickox. All right, next in your packet, you'll see we have a resignation letter. My computer
resign?
went to sleep. Actually, my battery is, we'll just go with
Too
this
cold.
then. Richard Romero is stepping down from the Board of Health, and we have that in his packet.
Essentially just a notification to the select board. Because this is an elected position, essentially what happens is, in conjunction with the Board of Health, the seat can be filled until the next election in April. So we have advertised the opening, and the goal in speaking with our Director of Public Health, Chris Michaud, would be to schedule a joint meeting or a meeting in conjunction with the Board of Health for some time in January to review potential individuals to serve in this seat until the local election. But no action needed by the select board at this time, other than just notifying you of where we are in the process going forward.
Is he optimistic he can bring us a couple of potential people in January?
That is the goal. Yeah.
No comment, okay.
Motion to accept
Good
the
answer.
resignation?
Because it's elected, you don't need to actually
Okay.
accept the resignation, but just wanted to keep the board informed of what was.
Chris, you want to consider the job?
Nope. Got
Okay,
enough
just
going
check.
on.
The nice thing about this, anyone in the listening audience, this gives you an opportunity to see exactly what the role of being on the Board of Health works for before throwing your name officially in the ring for the election in April. So here's an opportunity to have a few months under your belt. So thank you. We'll
Yes.
send out a letter.
Yep, we'll send it. And anyone interested, we would ask to send basically a statement of interest with any qualifications to the select board email address. All that information can be found on the town's website and also on our social media where we posted it.
And we
You'll-
thank
you'll be
Mr.
describing the
Romero
job-
for his time and energy.
What's that?
And we thank Mr. Romero for his time.
Yes,
and
we
energy.
do thank
We'll
Mr.
send a letter
Romero.
of thanks
Send
on
a
behalf of the
letter,
select
yeah.
board. Yep, absolutely, we
Thank
can do
you.
that.
Moving to Cranston, Rhode Island, I think.
Cody, will he, when you post it, will it describe the job and the requirements, kind of thing, what expected?
Not necessarily.
I wonder if that might help, because I'm not quite sure what at all.
Yeah.
I know it's a very small committee, so we need,
We can look to certainly get a write-up from the public health director to include with the posting.
Thanks.
All right, next we have a 61A notice, the expiration of right of first refusal.
Yeah.
And sadly, my computer has died. So, and I did not bring a cord. So this is about the property over on Hathaway Road?
Hathaway, yep.
Yes, so this is unique. The board typically doesn't have something like this before you. So to be clear, this is not a right of first refusal. That already took place. What this essentially is, this has been vetted by legal counsel, but it was a request from the record of owner to essentially confirm what has happened in the past with this property, which is that the board did not exercise its right under the 61A, or 61, Chapter 61, to basically pursue this property. So this is a confirmation that the expiration of the right of first refusal has basically expired. It goes through the history of the property, that the property owner at the time notified the town through its Board of Assessors that it planned to not renew its forest management plan, which is a requirement of chapter land, with an expiration date of December 31st, 2023. The subject property was removed from Chapter 61 classification as of June 30th, 2024, the end date of fiscal '24. Hence, the town's right of first refusal option under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 61, Section 8, to purchase the property expired on June 30th, 2025, which again is a year from the land being pulled out of chapter land. The town did not exercise its right of first refusal. And again, it's just a statement of facts that the board agrees with, that this all happened, which we have vetted, and it did indeed all happen. It's essentially something that, from what I'm being told, is a requirement for there to be a clean title.
So it's a motion of approve and file? Is that what it would be?
Yeah, that's exactly what it would be.
I'll make the motion, approve and file.
Okay, motion made by Mr. O'Neill, seconded by Mr. Mickelson. Any questions? Mr. McDonald?
Cody, you said that this is a requirement of the title company?
Yeah, it appears something came back. They needed definitive evidence that the board did not exercise its right of first refusal and that term has expired. So that this agreement basically just affirms that.
They probably have a buyer.
So wouldn't the initial agreement with the dates noted, if somebody looked at the initial agreement and said, okay, the forestry thing expired and the town didn't do their first refusal, it expired on June 24th, and then there was a year later by statute, that it's just, to me, this just seems like unnecessary paperwork, and that somebody was just trying to CYA.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is not common. We don't typically do this, but they reached out to us in council, explained that they essentially were getting some pushback regarding the title, and drafted this, and myself and council reviewed, and essentially said it's just affirming what the statement of facts, and so we didn't see any harm in bringing it forward, but your synopsis is in line with essentially what we also viewed as it's pretty clear cut.
Give it to Gary, right?
Thank you.
Basically, some bean counter want to make sure.
Well, maybe they have a buyer, and they want to make sure they have a clean title. That's what it seems to me.
There's no cleaner than what's already there, so.
Well, our town council approved this document?
Yes, we went back and forth with a few edits, and what you have before
Okay.
you is a document that our team has vetted, including the approval of
That's
town
why we
council.
pay them.
We don't have to vote on this, right?
No, we do need you to vote on
Thank you.
this. Yes.
Okay, we will vote on it.
Just out of curiosity, where is 0 Hathaway Road? 'Cause
It's across the street from the country club.
Okay.
I believe you know where it is. It's the wooded.
Is that the property that they intend to put the
Yes,
mega houses on?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. So it's
Across
really
the
not
street
0
from
Hathaway Road.
An aha moment. So my question is, once you remove your land from being in 61A, is there a tax change?
Yes, you no longer get the reduced rate if it's not under Chapter 61, A or B. There's, this one was 61A,
Okay.
I believe, but yes, there is.
Well, at least we'll get a little bit more money, I guess, right?
Not much.
All right, well, I'm looking
It's
for
still
every dollar.
It's underdeveloped. It's a heavily wooded area.
Right. All right, so we need to accept this, and so we need to make a,
No,
There was a
we don't
motion.
have to do it.
oh, we did a motion.
No, you do need to vote.
We do need
but
to vote.
Mr. O'Neill made the
thought
motion.
he
Mr.
said he
O'Neill made
didn't.
the motion.
Oh, okay.
Someone's going to second it?
Second.
All right, and now we will vote. Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum? And the chair votes yes. I'm looking at more taxes. So, so it'll pass. All right, our next item is the ABCC Seasonal Population Estimation Vote. And this is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Alcoholic Beverages Control Commission.
Nice.
Needs this information.
I just want to make a note, one of the sheets in your packet had the incorrect population. The projected seasonal population is 35,609.
Okay,
This is just a requirement by the ABCC that the board vote on this.
okay.
So this handwritten 31,365 is
It's
incorrect?
incorrect.
Correct. There's another sheet that the
Yep,
that town
that
clerk
Sarah
provided the
did.
memorandum on, and that has the correct.
Correct,
figure.
10 years ago, yeah.
35,609. So my question is, how much do we increase? What's our typical population?
A little less than 34,000, so
That's what I
a
thought.
couple
This is
thousand,
not-
about 2,000 residents.
It's not a huge,
1,000?
they use a lot of water, though.
Had a reduction.
That's our story, and we're sticking to it.
You could.
All right, and this we just accept, we vote?
Need you to vote to
We
accept,
need to
yes.
vote to accept that the number of 35,609 individuals is, the estimate
Accurate.
is accurate as far as we know.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by Mr. Tattlebaum.
Sure. Is it, a question, a question. Is this supplied by our town clerk?
It is, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, let's vote on it. Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
And myself. We've all voted on it. The paper's going to come around for us to sign now. Next, we have the Select Board representatives for the Assistant Town Administrative Interview Team. So, Mr. Haddad, would you tell us a little bit about?
Absolutely. So as you know,
happening there?
and you heard tonight, Chris Vitale, our Assistant Town Administrator, service with the town will be coming to an end at the end of this week. With that, we are actively recruiting for a new Assistant Town Administrator. Part of that is we would like to have 2 members serve on the interview team, as was the process when Mr. Vitale was hired. So the position's been posted. We have a number of qualified applicants that we'd like to start bringing in for interviews. And so we'd like to have 2 representatives from the board to serve on that interview team. And then a final candidate with proposed contract would come before the board, hopefully sometime in February.
I see Mr. McDonald's finger.
What is that?
Mr. McDonald would like to have his name in the ring. I think that's what he's gesturing. Yes, he's gesturing.
I'll do it too.
I serve at the behest of the chairperson.
All right. Anyone down here?
No, I'll do it.
Oh, Mr. Mickelson would also like to be included. I think it's a job, any one of us. So I will say that we have Mr. McDonald, Mr. Mickelson, and depending on the day and time that's selected, if anyone, like the, the runner-up, if anyone cannot be there, I will be the alternate.
Great.
All right? So get your calendars ready, guys. All right, next, Sustainable Purchasing Policy Approval.
Phew.
Tell us a little bit about this.
Absolutely. So we had a policy in place. This is a requirement through Massachusetts DEP. We get recycling grants is essentially what it is annually. As part of the grant this year, they asked that we update our sustainable materials purchasing policy. So it's a requirement that the board approve it. It's a straightforward kind of boilerplate policy. It's catered towards Dartmouth. Essentially says that we'll keep all these things in mind, try to minimize waste, prioritize reuse, support recycling, conserve natural resources, energy, water, and minimize environmental impacts with the purchase of our materials. So it's a requirement with the grant award this year that the board approve the revised policy.
Excellent.
Do we have to sign anything here? No?
We have to vote
Approve
that
it.
we approve this purchasing, Sustainable Purchasing Policy.
Make that motion.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Tattlebaum, seconded by Mr. Mickelson. Any other questions? Nope. All right, let's vote. Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well, so, thank you, Cody. All right, next, we have in our packet the 2026 Select Board meeting schedule. So rather than, or I should say, other than setting the January 5th date in stone, I'm going to ask that everybody take this home and look at this calendar, see if there's any issues, if you know a vacation schedule or anything else. Double check this with your people at home if anything's going on, and we will approve it at our next meeting.
There's a couple of 3 months that have big jump, is that because of holidays, et cetera?
Yes, I spoke to Mr. Haddad about that, and we were looking at doing every other, and then we bumped into some holidays.
Okay.
And so that's one of the reasons I'd like you to look at it, because if we need to move any around, the big work that we do will be prior to April 20th, when we're looking at the town meeting warrant for June. So we've got, but if we need to add anything in, need everybody to look at that.
The reason why September 14th is in red?
There was a conflict. It appeared to be a Jewish holiday, but if we went the 7th, it was actually going to be Labor Day. And then if we went to 21st, it's another Jewish holiday. And so we just wanted to be cognizant of the membership of the board and the
So you
community.
got, those of you that may be
It wasn't
impacted.
in my calendar, okay.
You need to let us know.
So the proposed schedule averages, there's some weeks where it's more and less, but the average is every 3 weeks with the holidays. And if we needed to add a meeting here or there, we could. But we thought, given what we've seen in the load in the proposed meetings and what we anticipate going into the year, we thought this was a good schedule. And then, like I said, if needed, we could add meetings, budgetary meetings, town meeting time, if it was necessary.
Okay,
All right.
now the big deal.
So we'll see everybody January 5th. And at that meeting, you will tell me, or in advance.
Maybe,
Yeah. Okay.
things happen.
All right, this is our big one now, the license renewals. So I am going to read down, if you have an issue with any of these establishments, you will put a hold. If we get through the area without any holds, we're going to say that everything is taken care of. So the first thing we're looking at is the restaurant all alcohol common vic. And I'm going to read them down. Also, just so that you know, in our packet, we have the 2025 calls for service to these establishments. So if there's an establishment that when I go down, you're concerned about, that would be the reason for a hold, all right? Allendale Country Club, AMC Dartmouth Mall 11. After I read them, just so that you know, Mr. McDonald, I'm looking up at the screen, so if you have anything, you can give me a big hand or something.
99,
Excuse me?
Miss 99, to the top.
Oh, I'm coming off the paper.
Yeah, there's no,
Yeah, because that's,
On the list down below.
that's a different, yeah, I'll get there.
okay, go ahead.
Applebee's Neighborhood Grill and Bar, Black Bass Grill, Buffalo Wild Wings, Cask and Pig, Duval's General Store, Farming Coast Market, Phase 2 Inc., Fiesta Mexican Restaurant, Friendly Pizza, From the Soul, Golf VX, Gumbo Restaurant, Hungry Pot, Joe's Original, Lakesider, Little Moss, Max's, Novamundo, 99 Restaurant Pub, Sailoft, Scuttlebutt Coffee Company, Savali, Tailgate Sports Bar and Grill, Texas Roadhouse, the Ninth Monarch, the Olive Garden, Soperio's Grill, and Ying Dynasty.
Getting hungry.
Motion to.
I know.
Motion to approve.
Excellent. Motion made on that section.
Second.
section. All right.
Mrs. Brooks?
Yes.
Is it, we're stating to open the subject, that line above?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, they're all subject to the police chief, the fire chief, and the director of inspectional services approval. And if they are in non-compliance, then as of January 1st, they will not be serving any alcohol. All right. Now we'll vote on that section, the restaurant, all alcohol, common vic. Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
And myself, all set. Next, restaurant, all alcohol, common vic with entertainment.
Ooh,
Chuck E. Cheese.
we got bands there now?
Very exciting. So motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by Mr. Tattlebaum. All right, in favor, Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Okay. Next, we have, and myself, yes. Restaurant, wine and malt beverage, common vic. R. Cherie, Cape Quality Seafood Restaurant, Jimmy Pizza, and Peking Garden.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by Mr. Tattlebaum.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
You're getting
Mr.
bullied here.
Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Next, we have restaurant with wine and malt beverage, common vic with entertainment. Oh, because this is just wine and malt beverages. Okay. Pickleball and more.
Motion to approve.
Oh, Stanley.
I don't-
Motion to approve and second. Mr. O'Neill in favor? Yes. Mr. McDonald in favor?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
And I voted yes. Club, all alcohol common vic, Portuguese American Club, Stackhouse Club, VFW Memorial Post 9059.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by
Second.
Mr. Tattlebaum. Mr. O'Neill in favor?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. Club, all alcoholic, common vic with entertainment. Country Club of New Bedford, New Bedford Yacht Club, Dartmouth Clubs, Inc., and UMass Dartmouth.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, made and seconded. Mr. O'Neill? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Now, package goods store, all alcoholic, Acme Liquors, Cardozo Wine and Spirit, CV Liquors, Dartmouth Market, Dartmouth Wine and Spirits, Lizzie's Liquors, and Town Liquors.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Mr. Mickelson,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Tattlebaum. In favor, Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. Next, we have packaged goods store, wine and malt beverages. We have BJ's Wholesale Club number 23, and Bliss Express, C&S Variety, Dartmouth Mobile, Farming Coast Market, Route 6 Beer and Wine, and Shaw's Supermarket, Inc.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by Mr. Tattlebaum.
Yes.
In favor, Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
And Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
We'll have to read this paper underneath again. No, or you want to wait till we're done with this?
Please note. Okay. Now we're moving into the motor vehicle license renewals. Motor vehicle, Class 1, Colonial Honda, Colonial South Chevrolet, Colonial South Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, Dartmouth Nissan, JEM Motorsports, Inc., Kia of Dartmouth, Toyota of Dartmouth.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by Mr. Tattlebaum. In favor, Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
And I vote in favor. Motor Vehicle Class 2, A's Transportation LLC, Bliss Express, Brum's Ultimate Repair, Clear Auto Dartmouth, Dartmouth Collision, Dartmouth Gas and Service Used Car Sales, Dartmouth Motors Auto Sales, Inc., Dartmouth Street Auto Sales, Elite Auto Sales, FM Auto Sales, Ideal Motors, Jaden Auto, Inc., JEM Motorsports, Inc., Joe's Used Cycles, Joey's Auto Sales, Mike's Auto 2, Inc., Modern Auto Body, Route 6 Auto and Marine, Tom's Auto Sales.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by Mr. Tattlebaum. In favor, Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
And Mr. Tattlebaum? And myself. Finally, Motor Vehicle Class 3, Acme Auto Salvage and Brum's Ultimate Repair.
There's a few more on the next
There's a
page.
couple on the next
Right.
page.
Gabriel's
Right.
Auto Parts, Sylvia's Auto Parts, Inc.,
So that's on there twice, yeah.
and it's on there twice. I don't know if there's two. I think there's only one.
Must be a great operation.
All right, so, yeah,
Motion to approve all
both
of
sides of
the
the
one Sylvia's.
all right. Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by Mr. Tattlebaum. In favor, Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson? Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
And myself. All right. Next, entertainment license renewals. Killer Bees, 718 Dartmouth Street, Unit 720, and Tilt, 200 Dartmouth Mall.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Motion made and seconded. Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
In-holders license renewals.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
before we get on to this part, I'd like to have Mr. Haddad explain the following conditions of the in-holders license and some of the concerns that were brought up during our meeting on Friday.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. So at the request of Mr. McDonald and the board several months ago, prior to the renewal of the in-holder licenses under the select board, we scheduled a meeting with several members of our team, including our Director of Inspectional Services, Director of Public Health, Deputy Police Chief. Mr. McDonald was present, myself, and our licensing coordinator, Melanie Perry. We invited all three of the in-holders in. Baymont and Best Western were both able to make it. Essentially, we just wanted to ensure compliance with all rules, regulations of the Board of Health. We also reviewed the call volume based on public safety to make sure that there was nothing, that stood out as a reoccurring theme. As a follow-up to that, and you can see in here with the conditions, we want to make sure that they are complying with everything required by the Board of Health and not being overburdensome on our public safety. We are in the process of drafting letters to remind all in-holders, in addition to the licenses granted by the Board of Health for the motels that the Select Board does not approve, to remind them of their obligations, the rules and regulations, and the ongoing enforcement that we continue and will oversee going forward for exactly the reasons I had previously mentioned.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Although, as Select Board, we really only hold sway upon the three in-holders. We don't hold it on the three motor inns on Route 6, Moby Dick, Capri, and Dartmouth Motor Inn. Mostly due to old colonial laws, for some reason, that dictates the Board of Health holds the the proper authority for those places. All three under the select board have the least calls through a year of October 2024 to October 2025. The majority of the calls come from the Capri, Dartmouth Motor Inn, and the Moby Dick motels. The manager, well, number one, the Baymont the Board of Health had issues getting a hold of the books as far as finding out, who stays, the length of stays, because there is a requirement that people cannot stay longer than 28 days and whatnot. And I guess it might be practice for some establishments for longer-term residents that on the 28th day, they either move them to another room or they move them on the books to another room. And so they get to stay a little bit longer. Whether or not that's happening here, I'm not sure, but I'm sure it's a practice that's pretty much ongoing in some places, especially when they take money from the state for transitional housing. The other thing is that the manager from the Best Western is going to relay our concerns to the owner of the Best Western, who also happens to be the owner of the Capri. The Capri is the worst of the six with the number of calls. And it's almost to the point where there's at least one first responder call every day to the Capri, whether it's ambulance or whether it's police and whatnot. And somehow, somewhere, they're going to have to start cleaning up their act because we can't have our first responders going into situations where you really don't know what's going on, especially with some of the clientele that have been arrested in those places that we have seen police reports from. It's not reasonable for our first responders to go into those kind of situations. And I said it to her, the manager there, and I'll say it again. I will make it my mission to make sure that those places comply with the safety of their clientele and our first responders and our citizens, because those properties are more valuable as real estate than they are as hotels or motels.
Well, I want to thank you, Mr. McDonald, for forcing this issue. I know when you had asked the chief for those numbers, it was pretty shocking to look at some of them. And it's also pretty shocking that we only control the licenses of 3, and the other 3 fall under the Board of Health. I'm assuming it's because somehow they're motor inn, motor lodge, motor something in the title of their name. But I think this information certainly will be shared with the Mr. Michaud, as he is the responsible party for issuing the licenses for Moby Dick, Capri, and Dartmouth Motor Inn. But just so that the general public knows that when we vote on these 3 in-holder licenses, we're establishing the following conditions. 1, that the licensee must comply with the in- and in-holder regulations of the Board of Health, and 2, that the licensee must cooperate in the enforcement of these regulations by the Board of Health and its agents, including through making all guest books and guest rooms available to them for inspection and review. And that will be, has been conveyed at the meeting and will be reconveyed to them. So we're looking for a motion.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Thank you. And Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
And myself, thank you. And last but not least, we have secondhand goods, junk dealers, and/or antiques license renewals.
My old store.
And we have ECOATM 200 Dartmouth Mall.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Mr. Mickelson, seconded by Mr. Tattlebaum. Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
Mr. Mickelson?
Yes.
And myself. So, look,
Punch drunk here.
it's tired. I do want to thank Melanie and Kenzie, because I know that last year we got these in piecemeal, and they did a great job just beating the doors and getting everybody to make
Amen.
sure that they applied in time and had all their paperwork taken care of. So, thank you very much. Yes, okay. This
Almost there.
is,
Madam Chair,
yes, dear.
I just wanted to give a reminder to Mr. Haddad to, for sometime in January, just to give a list of the common vics
Wait.
that are being approved without, as the board, being approved by me, by the authority given to me under the select board.
That is on the list for one of the January
Already have
meetings.
this.
Great, thank you.
I got it right here.
All right. This is,
That's not the next one, that's the
oh,
one
okay,
after that.
all
yeah.
right. So next, we have the town administrator's update.
Thank you. So a number of things have been going on. First, a number of events regarding the holidays have happened in the past couple of weeks. We had the Paid Aram Stroll buoy tree lighting, which I was fortunate enough to attend, and Mr. Mickelson was there as well. That was great, very well attended. And once again, the Paid Aram Business Association did an excellent job in conjunction with many town departments. DCTV was there, Board of Public Works with the DPW assisted, our public safety. So just an overall really nice family-friendly event. It was cold, but it was really nice. And then the following night, we had the town hall holiday event, the tree lighting here, which again, very, very nice job by Parks and Rec for putting that on. We had a number of individuals and families there, so kudos to the team. A number of our staff volunteered and assisted in various ways, so that was a great event. We had our first snow event of the season, and so kudos to DPW and their team. What we initially thought was going to be a pretty quick kind of clipper storm lingered around for almost 24 hours. And so although it didn't accumulate much, our DPW teams actually ended up working almost 24 hours through various shifts, whether it was pre-treating, actually getting out and treating during the storm, and then the post-storm cleanup that went into this morning with some of the drifts and treating the roads once again before the sun came up. So thank you to them for their efforts there. We were awarded an ADA self-evaluation tool grant in the amount of $16,950. This will allow us to conduct a self-evaluation of municipal services and our offerings to become more ADA accessible and compliant. The long-awaited dog park at the Dartmouth Regional Park has been substantially completed. It's not in use yet, but we expect a grand opening in the spring, going through final punch lists. And like I said, we anticipate having a ribbon cutting for that in the spring. But if you go up there, you can see it. We ask that you please do not use it, but you can take a look at the great work that has taken place, and that's been a long time coming. So very excited for that one. We have scheduled our first budget advisory group meeting for January 13th, so look forward to meeting with them. A few different personnel updates. Excited to share for this individual, but sad for us. Our Environmental Affairs Coordinator, Mark Garrett, has announced his retirement from the town. He has served the community for over 10 years in various capacities. He most recently, like I said, has been the Environmental Affairs Coordinator. Prior to that, he served as the Conservation Agent under Mike O'Reilly when Mike O'Reilly was here. So Mark's last full-time day with the town is going to be around January 9th. We are going to keep him around, though, to provide us some consulting support during the transition. So we wish Mark well in his retirement. And final update I have is we have filled the communications manager position. We had an applicant coming from, as part of the actual first round of interviews, which Mr. McDonald sat in on. This individual was the top choice by everyone that interviewed them. And in reposting the job, some things had changed, and this individual ended up accepting. She is moving from the Midwest. She has roots in the area, but she has served in another community, has a ton of knowledge and experience. We're very excited to have her on board. Hopefully sometime by the end of January, tentatively the 19th, or I'm sorry, the 20th, 19th is a holiday, is her tentative start date. And we have lots of work and lots of efforts for her to get underway, one of which is the 250th. We want to, the town is, we know some groups are working on some different events for the 250th, but we want to make sure that the town of Dartmouth as a whole is going after some things, so that will be one of the first assignments that we have for our new communications manager. And that's it for the update.
All right. Next, we have town projects.
Yes, so I just gave you an updated sheet. I also emailed it out earlier. I try to highlight kind of the new things just so you can see. I took off a few projects that have been completed, but I want to call your attention to the first page under 411 Fons Corner Road. This is the gas station / convenience store, the New England Farms. The ZBA did approve that, so that will be progressing forward. 576 Fons Corner Road is a new project in. This is for a proposed masonry business corporate office.
They're from New Bedford, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah, so they were
Yeah.
thrilled to come to Dartmouth.
Thrilled to hopefully have them.
Yep.
And this will be heard before the ZBA on January 22nd. And then the Audi Volkswagen dealership, which was actually initially proposed for the 411 Fons Corner Road, is going to, it has a proposal in before the ZBA. They'll be heard on January 8th, and that is for 0 State Road. It is the parcel that directly abuts behind Walmart on State Road. So that will be heard before the ZBA. The only other project that I'll bring to your attention is 0 Hathaway Road, which is the 40B, for 300 proposed apartment units. That project officially was submitted to the ZBA on Friday afternoon. So that will be heard before the ZBA in January. So we do officially have that application before us. An update on the 56-unit multifamily development on 802 to 808 State Road. That was continued to January 8th before the ZBA.
Okay, thank you. All right, next, anything for our old business?
No new updates. Well, the 40B update, which I shared,
Yep.
those have all been continued to January, and now we do have 3 applications before us for Hathaway Road, Old Westport Road, and the former Hawthorne Country Club on Tucker Road.
Next, for the Select Board, we have the approval of the minutes for November 17th. And I did not
think
get
we have
them
any
in my
minutes.
packet.
Okay.
Not here.
We
don't have any
can,
minutes.
I apologize, we will push that to the next meeting.
Okay.
Do we have a time issue on that?
No. Okay.
All right, next, we have Select Board updates. Mr. O'Neill.
I'm going to spare you tonight. No, I'm good.
All right, Mr. McDonald?
Wait a minute. Okay. First of all, I want to thank the board's indulgence on having my remote. I just didn't want to get you guys sick for the upcoming holiday.
We appreciate that.
I also want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I also want to wish our Jewish family Happy Hanukkah. I believe today is the second day. If I'm not Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to say it, but I couldn't pronounce it, so I was told the easiest thing to say is Happy
Thank you. Thank you. Same to you.
Mr. Tattelbaum?
One quick, I'll try to make this maybe even monthly or every other month. I still want to, the train from here to Boston, it gets better. I take it regularly. They're reliable. And of course, the first time you're going to take it, because I recommended they're going to be an issue, but outstanding. Even the conductors on the trains, they've really trained well. It gets better all the time. It's a 90-minute ride from Church Street to Boston South Station, and you can get a train, subway from there. And they're doing great with it, and more people are getting on board. And I highly recommend, because tell me a day you can get to Boston in 90 minutes and take a nap or read a book for maximum $24 round trip, and if you're our age or older, it's $12. I'm sorry.
I beg your pardon.
Do you resemble that remark?
The Stay Puft Man over here, yeah. Thank you, that's it for me.
So,
Okay, Stan?
yeah, I just have one little thing. I don't want to take much time with this, but I know you sent us a little blurb about the state changing the lights on Route 6 and
Oh, yes, that was a good point.
Tucker
yes.
and Route 6 on Fons Corner. And so, not to begrudge these guys, but I don't have an awful lot of good feelings about it. They told us years ago there was no way to upgrade these older type of lights, and now all of a sudden there's a way, supposedly. Okay. So I'm there all the time. I haven't seen much, but I can tell you that because of the interruption or the add-on time, they've created another problem, of course. So on the corner of Route 6 and Tucker, there's a light there. And now, because of the oncoming cars through Tucker, they are now they're going through red lights, and now there's a backup on Tucker on Route 6 in front of Tucker Road, and now you can't get out because they've cut everybody off. And that's because if they were successful, they were successful on one end and caused another problem on the other end. And that is a problem. But the biggest problem, again, not to knock a dead horse here, but people have to please cooperate. If it's a yellow light and you have a whole line of people, you're not going to make it through. Just stop and wait for the light section. Just wait for it to go green, and what are you going to take? 3 minutes? Because I timed it. It was 3 minutes and 10 seconds. So please, don't bottle up these areas. Thank you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah.
There you go. Thank you. I just want to, in the holiday spirit, just remind folks that it is holiday concert time. The elementary schools are not having a concert before the holiday. They'll be having concerts winter concerts after the holidays. But the high school and middle school are having their concerts. There was one this evening, one last week. Another night this week, and then the high school next week. If you can't get to them in person, you can certainly watch them as they are aired by DCTV and on the YouTube channel. And winter sports season has begun, so for those of you looking for other entertainment, the high school sports teams are providing that as well. And along with my fellow members of the board, I too wish everyone a happy, healthy holiday season. A new year, and may someone we know hit the lottery. Thank you.
Tonight.
Tonight.
A couple of $1 billion.
Good night.
Thank you, Heidi, nice job.
Please.